It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
It's you liberals who have lifted them up, Howard.
Paul, you conservatives make a mistake. You can't afford to strangle hope in people. Without hope, people become dangerous.
No, Howard. You liberals have let them invade our society. You give them jobs, political jobs.
Paul, you missed the point. It's only the smart ones we move up.
That makes it even worse.
No, we have to move them up. If we leave a smart one in the ghetto, he might develop into a leader against us. But if we raise him up into white society, we neutralize him.
It really boils down to our ability to accept. We don't need pessimism.
What he means by pessimism is resistance. And that's what COINTELPRO was all about, stopping the resistance.
I know you're out there. I can feel you now. I know that you're afraid. You're afraid of us. You're afraid of change.
We hide it in plain sight. One of Plato's greatest works was the allegory of the cave. I feel in order to understand the political matrix, we need only to look into this allegory. We first have to open our minds to the possibility everything is not as it seems. That things we've always known to be truth may be lies. For if we can't perceive the lies we've ingested, we can't see the bars on our mental conditioning. For that is how you walk out of the cave and see the political matrix. Hello. How's everybody doing? Glad to see you all. As you guys can see, I'm here with a very special guest, friend of the show, colleague, Extra Bulla.
Who's got two thumbs? I got two thumbs.
All kind of shows going on. Our brother here, Uncle Warren. Glad to see you.
Hello, my friend. I will talk to you today like man at bodega. I will say to you, hello, my friend. It is so good to see you. You need matches today. No, I don't even smoke, man. No, you need straw. You need straw, don't you? No, I didn't even buy a drink. Oh, you're a good man. You come back and see me, yeah?
Yes, everybody's a buddy.
Hey, buddy.
I remember that, especially when I was overseas, every vendor you talk to, they try to sell you as if they're your best friend. And a lot of their lingo was stuck back in the 70s or 80s. So
hey, baby.
Every time you saw a black person, it was like, hey, soul brother number one.
Soul brother number one, yeah.
What? The hell are you talking about, man?
Right on, yes.
Yes.
Fight the power.
So it was definitely wild being overseas and running into a lot of that stuff.
Oh man, I guess when you were overseas, I've never been out of the country because everybody will think I was King Kong or Godzilla and was trying to destroy their country. So I stay away from there. But I always wanted to go abroad and talk to different people. But when I lived in New York was probably about the closest thing I could get to any kind of international kind of dialogue with people, because it's New York. There's people there from all over the world, and the guys I was talking about were from Yemen, right?
Oh yeah.
And they are some tough MFers, because these cats, these guys. So I lived in Brooklyn, and at the end of the street there was two bodegas, right? And they were both run by two Yemeni families, and these guys would work every day, Monday through Monday. Usually 10 hours a day, and save and save and save. They do that for about a year, and then they save up their money, and then they go back to Yemen with the cash and, and go see their families, and that kind of thing. And then they come back to America after a year, and because they just kind of go back and forth. But now with the travel ban, I don't know how much those guys are going to be able to do that.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, I think it's probably maybe a little bit different when some of the people come over here, because you get acclimated to all the new slangs. You're seeing everything on TV, so you're able to be more updated. Mm-hmm. Whereas, I remember, I'm pretty sure in some club in Europe, they're still playing Who's Slim Shady.
Right. Well, it was like back in the 70s and 80s, right? You'd have all this American pop culture stuff, and then 10 years later, you would see it in Japan, right? Because you didn't have internet back then. It just kind of made its way over there through a game of telephone, I guess, or somebody had a recording of an American broadcast and would play it in Japan. They're like, oh, wow, that's great. And now it's instantaneous, because of the internet, stuff like that. So culture has really evolved in that respect, where it's like, it's very easy to get to know cultures, but ironically, there's more xenophobia now than there has been in quite some time, So
yeah,
people I can't figure people out, and if you try, man, you just get like an ice cream headache. It's no good.
Well, I think what it is because the way our media landscape is now, I think that it is more controlled. It's more like, especially they figured out how to like, the information is plentiful. You can find all the information on anything basically everywhere, but finding it, it's like they bury everything in a needle in a haystack. And also the way the algorithms are formatted, they format it so, okay, you looked at one cat video, now I'm going to send you 17,000 cat videos. I mean, forget all the other stuff that you're trying to look. So it can be distracting. Also, I've noticed just the way the search engines work now, it's kind of almost reverting back to like, I want to say the mid 90s or late 90s, as far as trying to search something, or with the old dial-up. How, like, if you were putting in New York Times, if you didn't put the S at the end, no search results.
Or it would tell you what time it is in New York, right? New York time. Yeah.
But remember, it used to be like, if you spelled anything wrong, it was
very specific. Yeah.
You had to be specific. You had to have the proper lowercase, uppercase, all that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And now it feels like, even if you do that, it's like, yeah, it'll put it there, but you have all the sponsored content that's going to be put there at the front. So if you're trying to buy whatever, they're going to put all these 15 people who are their sponsors first. And then you got to go through page after page after page after page till you finally get to what the hell you're looking for.
I've noticed that when I do the morning extra, which is on Tuesdays and Friday mornings at 11 a.m. Central Time, I will look for. Usually, I'll start off with antiwar.com, because they usually have like a lot of aggregated news sources there. Great site too, antiwar.com. If you're looking for great independent journalism, they have a lot of like Middle Eastern papers and stuff on there. Be critical always. Be skeptical. Nobody's perfect, obviously, but I would see that, like, if I couldn't find something in there, or if there was a particular article that was on, let's say, like the New York Times, and I said, well, I don't want to put the New York Times on my news show. Let me see if I can find an independent source that's verifying this. But when you get to that page, right, like you do the search, like you were talking about, the first page is all that corporate shit you're going to see. You're going to see ABC, NBC, CBS. I mean, talking about news, right? ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, right? Fox News, all the approved ones, right? If you click next page, next page, next page, then you might start seeing some independent stuff on there too. So it is definitely skewed people towards corporate sites like that, when all these independent sites are much like on YouTube. A lot of independent creators are getting, shut out, and I get like maybe a subscriber every 6 months, that kind of thing, but
I feel you.
But that's that I can't remember the term for it because I'm kind of stupid, but when they deny you, that when they put you on, they put your information way back here where it makes it unimportant, that's when it's like no. That's why I try to do DuckDuckGo when I can, to use as a search engine, because sometimes Google will always do that, put that corporate shit up front. DuckDuckGo, I know they're kind of, but their search engine is a little more balanced, I think, when it comes to sources, or at least it used to be.
I mean, I want to say when it first came out, I would definitely agree with that. I think I'll say that it's more balanced than Google, but it's a little bit easier to like find what you're looking for, especially if it's something that, that's not something that Google would definitely want to show you. Right. And so, yeah, you can find some of that stuff there. Like I was just watching this video, and it was something that friend of the show, Archer, sent to me. And
Actress.
it said, what was it talking about? Well, I got to be careful how I word this because it was very controversial video. Basically, a guy who was saying that he was an ex-staffer for the Trump administration, and he's a heavy, as I call, a 1948er. And he was talking about how they have made Trump the new Messiah, and they gave him the silver crown, which that was a couple of years back when they did that. But I guess at the time I didn't think of what is the significance of this because I don't really follow deeply into, rabbinic traditions and rabbinic, eschatology in a sense. And so I guess I don't know. I don't even know how true this is, but what the guy was saying in the video, we'll go off of that. What the guy was saying in the video, provided that this is a real video, was saying that basically the plague that was put out, that a plague that went on, the serum that was given, it had a certain principle in it that is supposedly to take out the Western, all of the Western population, we'll say. And he was saying that it had something in it, a M11 blah 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 something, and it was actually supposed to be like HIV that's put in it. That's supposed to slow release because they look at the Western world as Edom and Amalek, which that I've heard that part that made sense to me because I've heard that from plenty of rabbis.
Eden and what was it? Eden and what?
Edom.
Edom?
Yes. And so this is why I go into all the time and I tell people, I said, you don't have to accept the doctrine or beliefs, but you need to understand somebody who is against you, what they believe, because then you can help understand their motives and how they're trying to attack you. And so in the Bible, Edom is the great nemesis and enemy of not only of the Jews, but of God also. And so basically what they're saying is that the Western world is basically God's enemy and their enemy. Now, granted, there are, and I got to put this disclaimer out there because, of course, there are different sects of Judaism who believe different things. I'm just saying that there is a sect of Judaism within the Orthodox community that believe that the Western world is Edom.
But Edom's money's pretty good, though, right? They'll take me Edom's money. They'll take their weapons. Yeah, that's funny how that works out like that, right? We've talked about this before, like on other shows and stuff. Like I'm fascinated with how, like the Z boys and girls, the evangelical Christians,
right?
They're treating the Book of Revelation like it's a script, right? Like they want all of this stuff in the Bible to happen in order to usher in the second coming of Jesus. And it's just
well, and that's when you said that the Z boys in general, and we're talking about the Z boys abroad and the American born and bred of the Southern Baptist variety.
Oh yeah.
Now they're coming at it from different angles, but this administration is tied to a bunch of people who are looking and trying their best to get this, to get us to this point, which I feel like it connects to many of the things that we'll see going on within the world, and it connects to many of the stories. And the people who really follow this show know where my basis and where my direction comes from and how I view all these events and how I see the correlation, whereas some people may not see, and they look at these things as disjointed topics. But as we'll get into this show, because of course we got to talk about the Trump Elon stuff. I definitely want to hear your opinions on that. We got, of course, we had the recent attacks with Russia, Ukraine. Russia, Ukraine, did their drone attack, and then Russia's retaliated. Then, of course, being out here in LA, we definitely got to talk about this whole Insurrection Act and Trump sending the 2,000 troops and all of that. But I want to save that one for a little bit later because I feel like that branches off into so many other things.
Right.
And in conjunction with that, I want to bring up a couple of other stories because we can never say, like, I feel the people who say that they're trying to tell you a definitive story that this is exactly what's happening. Dealing with these powers that be, I don't think you can say that. I feel more or less that they're trying open doorways and trying to see which doors open so that they can try to get which thing, kickstarted or gone. I don't believe, like, whereas I used to believe that the presidents were like almost getting marching orders directly from a cabal in a sense that is above them and directing almost day to day. I don't feel that's what's happening as much anymore. Now I feel it's a little bit more sophisticated and not so controlled in that direction. I feel like they get a puppet in who is not bright enough to understand what's going on and easy enough to be manipulated or controlled, and that hard force is brought out when you need to. It's kind of like the difference in a relationship. You have some guy who, like, he tells his woman, be home at this time, cook this, wear this, don't wear this. And then you have some where it's like on certain things, they put the foot down and they say, no, on this is how it's going to go. And that's it. And I feel that's more what's going on. They'll allow you to do some domestic stuff and this and whatever. But on A, B, C, you're going to do exactly this, or there's going to be a problem.
What do you think the end game is? Is it world domination? Is it what do you think?
Well, I feel like the world is already dominated by the powers that be.
Right. Okay. All right. Let's go from there. So let's say there is world domination for sure. You really can't really deny that. But it just seems like there's more to it. Like, where do you think like the real end game is to all this? I'm very curious.
The real end game, what I believe is, if you first you gotta answer that question. Now, I've already said that I believe that the whole world is basically already controlled. Who is it controlled by is the next question, because when you understand that it's controlled, okay, so who is it controlled by? And I see a lot of people within, especially in leftist communities, where they're broadly about the millionaires, billionaires, the rich, the 1%, and I'm like, it's more nuanced than that. You guys are thinking so vague, and that's the reason why I feel like a lot of them aren't getting the whole picture.
Right. That's part of it, but it's definitely not the whole picture for sure.
Definitely. You got to get the who, when, why, what, where, and understand that person's motivations. Like, for instance, if, and I'm not saying this person has this power, if Elon is the person who has this ultimate power, what is Elon's motivations? What is his goals? What is he trying to do? And you have to take that way of trying to understand it to understand what they're trying to do. And from the people who I believe who are mostly in this power position, I believe that one of their biggest motivations is greater Israel.
Yeah.
And because it's not even about, like, a lot of people are like thinking, oh, it's because of all this natural gas that's up under, and it's this, it's that. It's not. It has nothing to do with any of that. It has to do with a spiritual belief. And accomplishing this spiritual belief is more important than all the money, the gold, because the people who sit behind this are already sitting on trillions. They already have more money than they can ever know what to do with. So it's not about money. Yeah. They already have certain areas where they have control, massive levels of control. That's not it. It's not the money. It's not the power. It's not the control. It's not sex. It's not any of that stuff that people think from, because many of us think through the lens of ourselves. What would I want? I want enough money, so I'm good. I would want maybe enough control and power so I don't have people pushing me around. Maybe you're a person who you care more about intimacy and you want to go after every man or every woman or whatever. That's how you're thinking. You're thinking about the diamonds. You're thinking about, I love to have just this plot of land because it's so beautiful over there. That's what you're thinking through. You're not thinking through the lens of people who are hiding a spiritual belief, and that spiritual belief has to deal with higher powers and entities and a belief system, whether we agree with it or not. And I believe that belief system has to do with extra promises that are given once accomplishing a certain eschatological goal.
Do you think this goes back? I'm sitting here interviewing you on your own damn show.
That's funny.
But I got questions.
Yeah.
Because
hold on 1 second. Hold that. I want to throw, of course, roll call shout out, of course, to the Madam and Mrs. of the show. Rude Bones is in the house.
What's up, peeps?
What's up, Rondo is in the house. We got Rick. What's up, brother Rick? And Nina is in the building. And all those others who are sitting out watching, thank you for joining us. Glad to see you. And
much love.
Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. But yeah, back to the question, because I do enjoy asking these questions because I don't get these questions often.
Well, I'm a nosy asshole too. So but I've been okay. Let me take this back to, all right. So recently I've been watching this channel called the Y-Files. Have you ever heard of this channel? Yeah. I mean, it's not one of those things where you come away with it where you're like, oh, this answers all the questions. It just makes you think about like this crazy shit that happens in the world and stuff like that. And a lot of times they talk about stuff in the past, like, past civilizations that may have been lost civilizations, that something like that. Do you think like a lot of this what's going on now, this getting to this end game that you're talking about, does this stem like from just like when the Z Boys started in the 1800s, or does this go like way back, way back, even before the Bible days?
I don't think it goes back before the Bible days. Well, yes, goes back before the Bible days in the sense of there were no Bibles at this point, and this was kind of because I believe that. What's up, old man Barker? But
old man Barker.
I believe that there was always a belief system and a higher power that has been passed on, and that belief system was there. And even though it was more of a crude belief system, it wasn't as regimented with all the rules and all these things, and it wasn't, but I believe that was there. And I believe that it's the same connection to that creator of all. Where I feel things changed is that it's kind of like your parents. They give you some basic rules, and hey, if you follow these basic rules, everything will be good. But even the basic rules, you fuck up, and so they got to come up with more and more and more. Like, okay, so when I say you can be on your phone as long as your homework is done, you can be on your phone if your homework is done after this time, and so the rules get a little bit more specific. And that's what I feel is the difference that happened over time. And when those rules were first broken, you had that sect of people who they were like, well, I'm going to still do whatever the hell I want to anyway. And they started following other things because they found other benefits that they felt. And so, though you have this one belief system that's going this way, you have a antithetical belief system that's on the other side of it that's growing. And though I believe that, and this biblically, believe it or not, is actually in there. It literally talks, now it depends on if you go back to older translations or not, but it literally talks about how different regions were giving basically different deities to rule over them. And so these deities are kind of like a pantheon of gods in a sense, where there is a greater power who rules all of them. And yeah.
That's not, Dude, I'm gonna be that guy. I'm gonna say that sounds like some ancient alien stuff right there. You know, I mean, people with advanced technologies and just all this advanced stuff, and they come to this planet with hominids and people, throwing sticks and rocks at each other, and and they're in flying ships and stuff. And you're like, well, that's just insane. There's no such thing as UFO. It's like, well, where do you think these inspirations for a lot of these religions come from? It's from some sort of fantastical thing that happened that they can't explain, right? I think I've told you this story, like during World War II, they had an island out in the Pacific that the United States would use as an airstrip. They was kind of like a way station kind of before you go on to the actual theater. And the natives on the islands were, they gave them food and they had all this technology. And then after the war was over, the Americans left and they built a plane out of a military plane out of like bamboo and all these leaves and stuff as kind of like an idol, like something to worship, because they brought all this stuff that they never had. They couldn't figure it out. These people just been like, like cave people, basically cut off from society altogether. And all of a sudden society comes to them and it's like, and you got to imagine, like in the past, it was the same thing, right? You're just a simple farmer or something like that. You're just trying to, or maybe you're a hunter gatherer or something. Let's go a little further back. You're a hunter gatherer, right? You do, and these great, God or gods, whatever you want to say, teach you how to make fire, teach you how to, grow crops, that kind of thing. And it's like, that's oddly specific for a god. You think if it was a god, he'd just go and let it happen, right? But that's why I always think it's like there's just this influence by something either extraterrestrial or ultra terrestrial. Maybe it's already here. It's just in another dimension. Anyway, that's
but that's not completely disjointed from a real interpretation of biblical stuff, because if there's this greater power that nobody knows where the origin of existence, and all people who even believe in the Bible will tell you, yeah, we don't know, but he has this dominion. He creates being a son, and then creates other creatures, and then creates a planet for those creatures to live on, and then eventually sends down rulers to dictate certain areas. I mean, it's the same concept, because think about it. That creator, and I'm saying, bear with me for a minute. I know everybody doesn't believe this, but let's say, for instance, there is this creator. Then that creator would be outside of this plane and would technically be, extraterrestrial, would be intergalactic. It would not be of this planet. Now, I believe that they kind of dwell more in different dimensions, in a sense, and probably multi-dimensional, or maybe they are physical and they are just on another planet far away. That's possible too. But when it goes into that like different like pantheon, and then some believe, okay, well, they rule this region of the world, and then this region is ruled, and then maybe within those regions, they decided, like how the Greeks believed, they decided to create very, very specific gods to do this and this and this and this. And like the Celtics and and the Vikings and stuff like that, how they had, okay, you have the mother and you have the crone, and you have, some of them that's the god of water and the god of soil, and so some of them might have broken down into all these different levels, where some of the other ones might have been just, okay, all this is out there. Here's your basic rules. And, as long as you do this, this, and this, we're good. I'm not going to give you all this other stuff to pray to this person and pray over there and then do this and flip 15 times. And, so that's what I'm saying. Though those different pantheons and regions, there's different belief systems, and some might have just kind of like in different government systems. Yeah. Some governments are more simplistic, and some add extra bureaucracy.
Well, yeah, and back in those days, your religion was your government for the most part, or at least it was your higher authority, often more higher than the king. And where did kings come from? Who was the first king on the planet Earth? You know,
Mhm.
and where did that concept come? It had to come from somewhere.
Well, here's one thing which, like, when you even deal with like people within like the Bible lanes or whatever, and one kind of headbutt that, I feel some of them run into this buzzsaw of a contradiction because they don't completely understand and they're thinking through English terms and not going into what was this originally written in and what were they trying to say versus what were the church fathers out of England telling me.
Mm-hmm.
And or going all the way through the Vatican, what were they telling me? Well, if you take the word God in a sense, God basically just means a power. And so you have a great power, and then also, of course, you're going to have powers that are lesser than, just like you have strength, I have strength, other people have strength, and there's different levels to that. And it's the same thing with these different rulers. A king technically is a form of a god. Little g's, yeah, I see in there saying in chat, little g's. Okay, we'll go with that. But what I'm saying is these are just different levels of power, different levers of control, just like a king, just like a president. In this world, technically, they would be little g gods. And so it's just the level of bureaucracy that is just followed down through different systems.
Yeah, it's almost like a pyramid scheme if you think about it. You got all the power at the top, and then you think you got the power in the lower levels, right? And that's where you can see more of the egos down below, because it's like the little man big ego type thing, just like, yeah, I'm a rule over you, and usually they're more oppressive and they're just just evil to their people and stuff.
Yeah, because they're jockeying for power to try to get to that next level on the pyramid.
They want to get up in the Amway. It's the Amway period, man. That's what it is. For all you kids who don't know what Amway is, Amway was like, you buy these, you sell these products, right? And then you get people under you to sell for you, so you get a piece of their action. But if you're selling for somebody else above you, you're giving a piece of your action to them, and everybody at the top gets all the action down below, plus whatever they're gaining themselves. And that's what that seems like with these God's little g's like that. And they're, like you said, they're trying to make their way up that period. They want to be at the top, but they're never going to be at the top. They're never going to be at the top. But they're told, it's just like saying, hey man, anybody can be a billionaire. You just got to work hard, man. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps, sacrifice a little bit. You can be a billion. No, you can't be a billionaire without doing some evil shit these days. Sorry, you can't do it. It's just impossible.
Shout out to Saul, Steve Wolf Brent, and John H. Glad to see all y'all.
What's up, people?
But yeah, this is and this is what it is. And the problem with a lot of these people at the top is a lot of times when you've done all these things to get so high and so much power, you lose things along the way. And so you find yourself trying to reclaim what you lost. And as the more and more they fight to try to get what they lost, the more they get disconnected from that. Not realizing what they basically need to do is relinquish all of these things that they've accumulated to get there. Because basically you put curses upon yourself by doing these certain things. And to unburden yourself, you need to unburden yourself from these things. And as you started finding that, okay, really where you'll find your self-enrichment is to give back. That's where you'll find your enrichment. But since their mindset is to take and take and take and take and hoard and hoard, the same thing is happening on the inside of them. More and more their spirituality, their humanity, you might want to call it good vibrations, all of those things are being taken away from them by doing this. And they can't understand this. And so that's why they keep going deeper and deeper. And to take it back around to your original question that you asked, I believe that these people have taken away so much. And they believe that if they're able to basically get to this ultimate boss level, get all of this checklist accomplished, all of these things are going to be relinquished and all of their answers and questions. And they believe that the ends justify the means to get to this perfect utopia. Now, what their definition of perfect and our definition of perfect are very different.
Yeah.
And-
Their definition of perfect does not include us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And some of them in some of these certain theologies allude to the fact of reducing quite a bit of us. Some of them want a perfect servitude. They're like, okay, I got you under my thumb, and I can coerce you to do whatever. But I need to have it to a point where you don't even look at me sideways. You don't question. You don't say a word. You just do, and you recognize I am God. I am the king. I am. And once you have submitted yourself to me, because that's what it basically is, they want a willing submission,
Right?
Basic humanity as a whole, and recognition. It's kind of like, and hopefully I don't offend anybody too much with what I'm about to say, because especially this is Pride Month, and what I'm about to say is probably gonna ruffle some feathers. But hear me out. I feel that's what you see with some of these people who are in the LGBTQ community who have money and success, and especially within the industry. They'll take some film and decide to make so much about lesbian, gay, and trans, whatever sexuality. Throw so much of it in there because I feel that because they felt an emptiness because they've had to hide or because of persecution and all that, this overcorrection on the other side of it because of a mental trauma that they're not completely dealt with yet. And I feel all kinds of people do it in all kind of different ways. I guess that's just the example which came to mind. And shout out to Lucy out there. I see Blue Moon Red Wine.
Hey, Lucy, you crazy-eyed, wonderful chick. She does. She got crazy eyes, man. Woo! I love watching Lucy's video because she's like, she gets all up in it too. But going back to what you were saying about that, it's a total overcompensation, right? Yes, because homosexuals and lesbians and everybody in that community have been beaten, killed, had to hide who they are, had to marry people of the opposite sex against, just to keep up appearances, and just like this false thing for them. And then finally, they're able to get, more rights than they ever had before. They don't have to hide anymore. They can get married now. And so, but then you see the overcompensation in the entertainment that's being presented these days. Take, like, for example, and I'm probably gonna piss off some people too, but fuck them. Truth is truth. What happened to Star Trek? Right? What happened? They like Star Trek Discovery, and they did this with Picard. And I never watched Lower Decks, but the newer shows that they had, they sacrificed the story in order to bludgeon you with a message, right? And in the old days, what you do, it's kind of like when you put, like, if you want to give your pet some medicine, right? You put the medicine in something that they're going to eat, right? And that's what Star Trek did. They would weave these morals on how to be good to people and how to be a decent person within these wonderful, well-crafted stories. And today, it's just like, they might as well just, this is Star Trek Discovery. If you don't like gay people, you're an evil person and you're going to go to hell, and we're going to make sure your businesses are closed. We're going to, just to say that you don't like them, not saying that you're oppressing them, that you're doing anything to them, that you just disagree with their lifestyle. And that's it, right? You're one of those live and let live. I'm not gay or whatever. You do you, I do me, that kind of thing.
But see, that's where it is. That's not enough for some of these people. It's not enough that you're like, hey, that's your life. You live over, that's cool.
No, you got to celebrate them. You have to celebrate them. It's like,
you need to say, yes, they need to feel this. There's, not saying all, but there is a certain set of the community that feels they need to have this validation from people that they did not get this validation. They need to have their Christian uncle say, yes, I was wrong. And you know what? What you're saying is right. you know what? God is trans. That they want to hear this extra level of validation because some of them are have kind of been the dog that's caught the car. You know, what do I do now? And
Yeah.
not realizing that, okay, for some people, you're never going to get that level of validation. You're never going to get that submission. You can put it in so many different angles. There are many people within the Black community that you're never going to get to a point where there's not going to be any racist people in the world. That's never going to happen.
No.
Just
it's human nature.
Yeah, you got to accept the fact that, you know what, you've gotten to a point where you're not dealing with the direct persecution. Now, you can always work on the problems that you see, but you can't obsess yourself with getting into this perfect, nobody's ever going to say a negative word about me. Nobody's ever going to think, and that's what it's gotten to. No, I don't even want you to think anything is wrong with that. And that thing which I just brought up as far as the Black community, you can say that. You can say that in parts of the Hispanic community, many communities. You can say that in the LGBTQ community. That's the problem with the people who control it all. They want that, yes, you are great. Yes, you are perfect. Yes, the whole world needs to bow down to you because you are the brilliance for all of us. And they want this adoration. And
Yeah.
I feel that's what ultimately they feel, because I feel it's a deep insecurity because maybe some of them do not entirely, how do I say this right? I think there's an insecurity about the whole chosen people thing with some of these people, and they won't admit this. And until God literally comes down and says, yes, you are my chosen people. Yes, the way you brutalized and subjugated other people is correct, because yes, you are, and you were doing everything right. And when you don't have that validation, you're still searching for it.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's what's going on with some of these powers that be people who are trying to push the greater Israel and things like that.
I just want to say to John in the chat, hey, John, good to see you. He said, is it human nature to be racist? I wasn't trying to suggest that it's human nature to be racist. Racism is taught. You learn how to be racist, right? But it is human nature to go along with your communities and your societies that you want to be a part of. And if your society or prominent members of your society that have an effect on your life are that way, you tend to get to be that way, right? So I just wanted to clarify that. I'm just not saying you were born, you're automatically racist. It is an environmental thing. It is a nurturing, non-nurturing kind of situation thing where it's taught. So I just wanted to put that out there. So
yeah, I would say that what it is we're all naturally tribal. We're all naturally tribal, and sometimes that tribalism goes into a superiority mindset, or some of it is tribalism not from superiority. Some of it is tribalism off of ignorance of other cultures.
Yeah. Because the culture that you're in is comfortable being ignorant of that other culture, you end up being ignorant of that other culture. And then when you're one of the rare ones who breaks off from the pack and actually wants to, know the truth about people and not what you're hearing from your community, maybe you're a little skeptical that your community might be telling you some bullshit. Then you come back and you tell your people, hey, no, these people are cool. I don't know why we're hating these people. They're very cool. And then you're ostracized. Then you become, as they would say, a troll. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I would also say most of these people who are tribal to this point and get this like superiority and ill thought, most of the time it's based off of very little interaction with other people.
Mm-hmm.
It's based off of, well, I had this one experience. I mean, it's like I've ran into out here with the black and brown kind of division, because okay, it was some black people back when a lot of immigrants came in from south of the border who they would rob them and do things like that. That's one portion of the community, and that created a whole division from two groups of people. and it's sprawled out to many other directions. It takes for you to have to ignore a one-on-one interaction and not take that one-on-one interaction and turn that into a whole, this is all these people. Now, it's nothing wrong with saying I'm going to be watchful and skeptical of people as a whole, but you need to give them the chance to be able to look at them as an individual and judge them on the basis of their actions individually.
Yeah. Agree. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like the two things that are used to control people is ignorance and fear, right? Keep you stupid, keep you scared, and tell them, and you're the cure for both of those things. I'll tell you what you need to know, right? You don't need to be afraid. I got you. I got just listen to me, bud. We're and then they end up fucking you over and throwing you, especially if you're an expendable person in that scenario, you get cast aside. So
sorry, I had to yell to the other room real quick.
I was like, uh-oh.
No, everything's fine. My signal's holding up and everything. But I was like, I had a little coffee mishap. So
I hijacked Willie Bragg's show one time. I was a guest on there, and I think his computer was about to die, so he had to go run and get a computer cable. And so he left the screen, and I was like, I am now the Willie Bragg Show. My minions follow me to Mount Doom. Yeah. So anyway, when you went away, I was like, uh-oh.
No, it was a short.
I've got abandonment issues, Marcus. Everybody leaves me. Nobody likes me.
But I figure, but that was a good little conversation to kind of get into, because I think I could go hours on that. Trust me, I could.
Dude, last time I was on here, we did a 5-hour show, and we got everything in, but then it was just all the extra stuff that comes up, man.
Because I tell people that most of the real heart of the show is in that two little words, and more. And more does a lot of work on this show. And more is a good girl. I knew her. She was. Oh, you mean and more? Okay, sorry. I don't know who that is, but oh man, I give it to you, man. Your comedy is so quick-witted. I love it.
Yeah, I just don't like people, so I just I'm able to just.
I definitely.
Well, you gotta laugh, right? You gotta laugh to keep from crying. Is that what it is? The old saying?
I mean, it's definitely plenty of reasons to cry these days.
Oh my god, yeah. I sometimes I cry myself to sleep. I'm just like, what the fuck happened to this world? Or has it always been like this? And now I'm just waking up to it really being.
Yeah, you need to cry in the shower like the rest of us.
I know, right? I know. Well, try to get there. That's the thing. Like, I don't want to be ignorant. I don't want to be this. I was like that for a long time. Mm-hmm. Never paid attention to politics, kind of did what I was told. That's that kind of thing. Went along to get along. And, when you look back, it's like, oh, what was I thinking? Well, that's the thing. You weren't thinking.
Mm-hmm.
You were being told how to think. And, your life was made comfortable enough to where you didn't question shit. Right. Mm-hmm. We're talking about like the 90s, like the tail end of the quote unquote good old days. Right. Mm-hmm. When it all went to shit, when Clinton Reagan started it, I think. Well, it goes further back, but like as far as like modern history,
we first noticed it. Really, you could probably put a pin in on probably Nixon.
Yeah, or maybe Johnson. When you go back to the creation of Israel, right? That's kind of like the 40s. Mm. Well. When I say the signature point was when Truman dropped the bombs, when he dropped those
there, then you probably actually could go back to the first war.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. How far does this go back?
That goes back to the generation of the Fed, and I mean, Saul brought up a good point. He said 1492. Well, I honestly think you could even go back further than that, because what set up 1492 was a lot of people don't know that Columbus was already a slave trader off the coast of Africa before that. I mean, he was already doing that, you know. So, I mean, and it goes into when you were talking about like how far does this go back, and I said that it started with that. Remember, I said he had that parallel belief system that started off. And I believe that led all the way up to what we now kind of colloquially call the Illuminati. I mean, when you first had that separation, that was when they felt, okay, this information and knowledge and way we practice has to be kind of hidden and put underground because we were already persecuted for doing this out in the open. And so as you see that it continuously ties down, think about it. One thing which people don't know about them, well, I'm pretty sure most of this audience probably knows, but I'll just reiterate that for those in the cheap sheets who don't know. A lot of the Masonic stuff goes back to Hiram Abiff. Do you know about Hiram Abiff?
That was the first Mason, right?
Well, Hiram Abiff was like, when we say the first Mason, we're talking about one of the literal, like, first important Masons.
Yeah.
This goes all the way back to King Solomon and
Right.
the building of the temple and the dimensions of the temple and all that. And the Masons they take their belief system and things back to, you know, all the way back to King Solomon. And the Masons eventually were infiltrated by the Illuminati. And it became almost fused, as in now there's really no difference. But you also have the Illuminati has their tie-ins with the Knights Templar and so on and so forth. And then it's become this sprawled out into so many different angles now, where there's so many things that encompass it. And it's just like the Italian mob, for example. The Italian mob started off humble, built its way up. It started, you know, controlling certain parts of their town. Some of it actually even controlled. It started off with a smaller version of the mob in Palermo, Sicily. And some of those practices were brought over with the immigrant population of the Sicilians. And then as it started to go from just thugs, you know, basically beating people up and extortion, it eventually turned into bootlegging, it turned into prostitution, it turned into numbers running. And then it became organized to a degree. And as it became organized and scaled up, it started to divert that money into legalized corporations and businesses, i.e. the Teamsters and the unions and construction companies and casinos and so on and so forth. This is the same thing with the Illuminati. The Illuminati started off in the back rooms, and then it started to get more and more powerful people who were police officers, who were judges, who were hands of the king, in a sense. You know, it didn't call it a hand of the king, but you guys get what I'm saying. All of these different people who have various positions of power, whether they were in the Vatican, whether they were in Parliament, no matter where they were at. And these people had influence in controlling and molding things in a certain way. And so they had this power to be able to mold these things and control this. They are able to influence government also. And so they got to the point as they just kept, you know, advancing. And even until like the Illuminati already had strong power going back easily back into the 1700s and earlier that you can see on record, where they were doing political assassinations. You know, taking out, you know, high level people, where they were influencing judges, where they were paying kings and queens, and they were sitting up there as the bank and literally like extorting whole entire kingdoms. So they already had this power hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago. And that's documented. Now, where the BS and the fuckery comes around is they try to tell you that, no, all that died out, you know, with Adam Weishaupt. And oh, well, I know you think that it lasted a little bit longer, but, you know, on Friday the 13th, when they killed all the Knights Templar, it all ended there. And then there's, oh, well, I know it looks like some of that money traveled over to Florence and the De Medicis, but no, that didn't happen. And so as you start to see that money continue, the banking system that we're under, this banking cartel, which has went around worldwide, which has demonized any country that decided that they don't want to be a part of it. Thanks for bringing that up. East Indian Trading Company is one of the biggest ones. That is, go do your research and find out who owns most of the East Indian Trading Company in that time.
That's like the Amazon of the time, right? The Amazon, not the jungle, the shitty shopping site.
When you start to look, because see, we've been taught to look at countries, not people.
Right.
Look at people who are, I don't give a damn about, oh, well, this is mostly full of all these other people, and oh, there's only one or two. Okay, but what positions are these one or two holding? Who are owning these companies and corporations?
Mm-hmm.
Because the person who owns it is the person who has control to make it do what it wants to do. If I own a company and everybody who works under me is Asian, it doesn't matter that all these other people are Asian. I am controlling this company. And so the person who leads the company controls it. So when you say, oh, well, the banking industry is not computing, okay, who's the CEO here? Who's the CEO there? Who owns this? Who owns that? Who owns this record company? Who owns 60% of the NBA? Going into major sports, who owns 50% of most of the major sports? In fact, look at the commissioners. Who's running all these things? Who are most of the people in most of the major law firms? You're going to say, oh, well, no, it's all conspiracy theory. No, it's not conspiracy theory. It's a fact. If I own something, I have power over it.
Yeah. That's how it works. Yeah. Yeah, like you own this show, you have control over this show. You can't put it off on anybody else. That's you. This is your baby.
And what people are trying to do is they're trying to pull the old Star Wars on you. These are not the droids you're looking for. That's what they're trying to do to you. Just don't fall for the bullshit. That's all. And don't fall for slanders. They're like, oh, you have cooties. Don't let that affect you when they say their little phrases. You just hate this and you just hate that and you just don't like us because you think we're ugly. No, don't let them get you with the name calling crap.
Yeah.
Because if you notice, a perfect example, because hopefully y'all following where I'm going and what I'm saying here. But Piers Morgan was one of the biggest cheerleaders of these same people, and then all of a sudden, the one time he criticizes, he's the cootie man. He hates us all. He's always hated us. This is how the manipulation works.
They love you till they hate you.
Exactly. And what the real thing is, they've always hated you. They don't like you. They only cheerlead you as long as you push them up. It's the same thing with Trump. Trump don't give a damn about nobody.
No. But he definitely don't give a shit about MAGA, that's for sure. But they don't think so. But but that's part of that cult mentality.
Well, I look at it as they're the dumbest cult ever. And the reason why they're the dumbest cult ever is most cults, you at least have met the cult leader. You know him. He's charismatic. So he might have, you've had a couple of drinks with him. And so that emotional tie is there. This mofo don't know you exist, but yet you believe in your heart of hearts that he is doing everything for you.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Then that's what they want to pay. That all goes back to control, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm taking care of you. You don't worry. You don't need to worry about nothing. Just follow me. I'm going to take care of business. And then as soon as they get into power, they do the exact opposite. I mean, the same thing happened with Trump the last time. He told all these people he was going to do shit, and he gets in there, and I guess the big C rolled around and kind of fucked up a lot of shit. But but then they elected him again, and it's like, you already know this guy. Why did you elect him again if you knew he's going to do this same shit? And that it's not even the same shit. He ratcheted up to 11. And he's not even 6 months in. When I guess he is 6 months in, almost.
Well, the reason why is because everybody lives in this binary system.
Mm-hmm.
And because they had so much outrage and anger towards Democrats, they're automatically going to deflect it to the other side. And the crazy part about it is, how I look at it is, the Democrats just they're just the one who's like, yeah, baby, I'm gonna take that trash out. I promise I'll take the trash out. I'll never take the trash out. They're the ones that are like, yeah, I'm gonna go to the gym. I swear, I'm gonna lose 100 pounds. I'm gonna be cut by the summer and never do it. That's what the Democrats are, while at the same time going to go hit on your best friend, and tell you, baby, I love you. I would never. And then as soon as you walk out of the room, ooh, hey, so she's gone now. So what's up? That's the Democrats. The Republicans are to your face saying, I want to give money to your boss. I want you to work longer. I don't really like you. And you're like, yeah, this is the person I want to rock with.
He's so honest.
Exactly. And you told yourself, he's talking to them people over there that I don't like. Ha ha ha, get them. And he's like, no. What's that, Children of the Corn? No, Damien. Yeah, you come too. And you don't, the Republicans don't realize they're Damien.
Right.
You're out there rounding him up, being a good little do-boy, but he wants you too.
Well, it's you're taking the marriage analogy, right? Like, think about you're dating, right? And you're taking your girl out to all these nice places, take her dancing, you buy her nice clothes and stuff, and she thinks that's what you are. And then you get married, and your broke ass ain't got no more money, and the script flips, and she's like, "But wait a minute, I thought, dot."
Oh yeah, here you go, Yonina. Can you see it? You were wondering what hat I was wearing.
Oh, nice.
She was like, "What hat is that?" It's Kansas University Jayhawks.
It's Jayhawks, yeah.
But Oklahoma, Thomas, Oklahoma just got in. He said, just got in. So the topic about the colonial elites goes back thousands of years. Yes, it goes back thousands of years. And and this is what I try to explain to people. If you really, that's the reason why I say, when you really study history and you get deep in the nook and cranny of history, you'll start seeing. That's the reason why I said I don't really care about any of these political systems. And I know I'm pissed off some of my communist friends and socialist friends out there. A system doesn't really matter. A system is just like tools. It matters how you use these tools. And feudalism isn't bad if you had a just king. But the problem is we don't have just kings. We got corrupt kings, so you get a screwed up system. The problem with capitalism is you got corrupt, greedy people at the top. So it's going to be screwed. The problem, even if you did communism, is you're going to have corrupt leaders. None of these systems are perfect. None of these systems are going to be perfect. And every one of these systems can and will be corrupted because we have corrupt people leading them.
Right. I was talking to my buddy Ed last night about this. I said, people like that. They're just this focused on one thing. Like, we need a communist system, or we need a socialist system, or capitalism is fine.
Everything is fixed, and that's not true.
Why not? But I don't understand why we're not coming together as a people to try to combine, because there's good elements to all of it, right?
Yes.
But as a whole, by themselves, it's not good to do that, because it doesn't help everybody. You know what I mean? But if you take a little bit of communism, you take a little bit of socialism, you take a little bit of capitalism, you take a little bit of whatever, you take the best parts of those and you try to form something that works. It's not going to work for everybody. It's like you said, there's nobody. You're never going to get rid of racism. You're never going to get rid of greed. You're never going to get rid of selfishness, right? But if you have systems, like if you have a system in place, like where your basic needs are met. I'm not talking about getting you a mansion or anything shit like that. I'm talking about getting your ass off the street. If you're homeless, you got a home. You don't have to worry about sleeping under a bridge. Are you hungry? You never have to worry about food. Are you sick? You never have to worry about healthcare. The basic stuff. This isn't like buying a big ass screen TV or an Aston Martin or some shit like that. We're talking about stuff to help you survive. Clean water.
Yeah.
Why is clean water such a hard thing?
Yes, because and this is the reason why I say, like, when you get towards the end stages of any empire, I'm not going to say end stage capitalism, because you find this in every empire when it gets closer towards its expiration. what you see is the people at the top start to extort as much as they can. It's kind of like somebody knowing that there's a building is on fire, and they're grabbing as much of the stuff that they can grab on the way out the door. That's what's going on here, because when it comes down to it, a lot of these people are going to run off as individuals. Now, these powerful people that I'm talking about, those ones who are really trying to pull these levers and strings and manipulate to get to a certain thing, their goal is to get back to this promised land and set up shop there in this greater plan. That's their goal. But at the same time, since many of their ancestors have been kicked out of over 109 countries, they have a revenge factor in their heart towards all of these places they've been kicked out of.
I think you stumbled onto something, Marcus. That I never even thought about the revenge factor. That's
hell yeah. If you look at it, most of our government, most of these people's ancestry comes from Germany, Poland, Ukraine, Russia. And if you notice, what countries do they have the biggest problem? Look at our film and entertainment. Who have been the villains outside? Well, look at the villains. Just look at the villains. And tell me, is there not a certain country that all those villains in these movies match up with this country's all their villains?
Yeah. That's part of the propaganda to make you hate that country. But like you said, it's to hate the country, but without like telling the people, no, it's the people in charge of that country that's running it. It's like America. Like, Americans themselves generally are decent people, right? They just want it. They just want to live. They just want to, be able to maybe have a family, or maybe have a nice, comfortable life for themselves. Not everybody wants to be rich, they just want something comfortable. And, but it's the government, which I don't understand, keeps getting elected over and over again. The only thing I can think of is that the population is brainwashed enough to keep feeding the duopoly, to keep feeding this machine that's keeping us oppressed. That's not even getting into, putting fluoride in the water and making people just kind of numb to everything too. There's just so many elements. You can't pinpoint it on one thing.
No, you can't. And that's the evil brilliance of it. I mean, if you go back into Edward Bernays' work, Propaganda, and you think about who Edward Bernays was related to. Edward Bernays was related to Sigmund Freud. He's the nephew of Sigmund Freud. Now, what was Sigmund Freud known for?
Psychology.
So he understood how to use manipulation, understand how to prey on people. Now, you put us in a society where you ratchet up the pressures and tensions, you ratchet up the stress, and there's only a certain amount of ways that we're going to react from it. If you keep people to the point where they have to work and work and work all the time, when do they have the time to stop and think about anything? Especially if you make it more and more and more complex to follow. Make it more and more complex, give them less time to read it. That's the same thing that goes on with Congress. Yeah. And they're just giving money, hey, pass this. And then a lot of them, like you just heard with Marjorie Taylor Greene, was all upset about the bill after she read it. Well, you give somebody basically something that should take easily like a month to read, and you tell them to go and read this in an hour and go pass it.
No, even if you get your whole team to read that thing, those things are like hundreds and hundreds of pages long. And that
hundreds? No,
thousands.
This last bill was something, I think it was over 2,000 pages.
How are you going to read? That's like War and Peace. How are you going to read War and Peace in an hour? You ain't going to fucking read War and Peace in an hour.
Written by a whole panel of lawyers who sat back putting this together over months.
Yeah. And they say, okay, you got an hour to read it, then vote on it. But You know, but I know you're talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she's like, well, if I've been able to read this, well, then why the fuck did you vote on it in the first place? You should have just said, well, you should have abstained from the vote because you needed more time to read the shit. Don't fucking vote for it and then say, oopsies, I didn't read it.
Because you're told by your leader, it either vote on this thing, you get your funding for your next election, or you don't get it. And they're like, fuck it, all right.
Part of that machine is part of the Republican and the Democratic machine, who works for an even bigger machine that controls both of them. Know your place. You know, you can have your Robert Massey, or your Robert, is that his name? Robert Massey from Kentucky. You know, you're kind of like your renegade who's not taking APAC money, and it's like, you know, he's letting you know that, you know, I'm a real guy, you know, but this is the same guy who will tell you that people are trying to storm into our country, not because of our foreign policy decisions, but because they want free stuff. This is the same guy that said this. So it's just like, you know, fuck all these people in Congress. They're all controlled in some form or fashion, right?
A person can be right on one thing and be a complete idiot on everything else.
Yeah.
And, I mean, perfect example, I love to bring up Dr. Ben Carson, a great neurosurgeon. Not good at anything else.
No.
I mean, think about it. Even in the NBA, we had Dennis Rodman, who was one of the greatest rebounders of all time and great defender. Horrible on offense. And every aspect of offense was horrible.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. Honestly, in life, the people who do rise up to the top are the people who are great at one thing. And they're typically very average or not good at a whole bunch of other things.
You know why? It's because they're focused on that one thing, and everything else gets pushed to the boundaries, right? It's not important. So then later on, when you're done with that thing, like when you're done with basketball, now you're fucked because you didn't pay attention to all this other stuff. Now you got to go relearn everything that's happening, if you're inclined to do that in the first place.
Most of them end up not finishing school, so they have no trades anyway, and they didn't pick up or learn anything the whole time they were in business. So
maybe you saved your money when you were a pro, but that's kind of a rarity too. Most people just blow through that shit, and you know, the next thing you know, you're selling your Super Bowl rings or your NBA championship rings just to, you know, maintain your lifestyle that you got, you know.
Yeah, because like for instance, do you know that the banking system that the red shields came up with, because actually that's the actual translation. It translates to red shield if you translate it into English. But the Red Shield family, who had the massive banking empire and sent his 5 sons to all those different countries. Do you know that they picked up that from basically the ancient Silk Road? That's where they learned the whole banking system, learned it basically from the Arabs.
Yeah, I could see that.
So that was a way that Arabs came up with trading. And the reason why they came up with that is a lot of their slavery that they traded. That was a way that they didn't lose a lot of their jewels and rubies while they were taking slaves to all the way to different parts of Asia and bringing spices and stuff back.
Wasn't there like some sort of deal? What was the thing? I think the Knights Templar started this, where it's like you give them your gold or something, and you get like some sort of like document that says this is what you have, and then when you get to your destination, you give them this document, and then you get gold back. So you wouldn't get robbed on the road.
Yeah, it was an ancient promissory note, and that's how the fundamentals of the modern banking system came up. Now, what the Knights Templar were doing, which a lot of people didn't realize, because for those that don't know, the Knights Templar, their goal or their mission was to protect Jews as they moved from the Middle East going to Europe. And that was their protection. And they were supposed to be protecting the ancient land of Israel. That's what they were supposed to be doing. What they were actually doing is they were basically robbing people and mining for gold and diamonds and whatever they could find, whatever was of value. And they were hoarding it. And once they got found out with all the things that they were doing, that's when you had, the edict that came down to basically assassinate the whole entire group of the Knights Templar. Thus, why we have the holiday Friday the 13th.
Which we got another one coming up this coming week. There's Friday the 13th this week.
So yes, make sure you guys celebrate your Knights Templar next week.
Night Templar. Yeah. It's I was so late to the game with history, and I wish when I was younger I would got more into it. But that's the thing. When I was younger, you're limited to the information that's printed in books by people that want you to know certain information and not know certain information too. So I don't feel like I missed out on something. I'm just a little bit late to the game. Like talking to people like you and other knowledgeable people about like history and religion, and it's very fascinating how it has shaped us as a people, right? All around the world, right? Here in 2025, how did we get to this point, where we're, just...
I could tell you what kickstarted me more than anything. And if I had to take it back to one Genesis moment, it would be when I started learning about Christopher Columbus. When I started learning about him and what he did to the Taínos, and what the stuff that he wrote in his journal. When I learned that he was as the Brits would call it, a pedo. That's when he put that his group was ages of 6 to 9 years old was what he preferred.
Oh my God.
And how he was like, these are the most what did he say? The most generous and nicest people. Yeah, it should only take 500 Spaniards to conquer them all. It's like, that's how you're thinking. I mean, do you know that, for instance, the Taínos, because they didn't want to do harm to each other, that they had non-violent weapons? I mean, they had non-lethal weapons. So if they did fight each other, they wouldn't kill each other.
That's man. Yeah, that's crazy. It's yeah, and we have a fucking holiday for them. Yeah, a fucking holiday for that fucking piece of shit. And he didn't even discover America. It was the Vikings. They did it like 500 years earlier.
He never actually touched America. I mean, he never ever actually touched America. If you look into actually where he was at, he actually touched what would be modern day Dominican Republic and Haiti.
Yeah,
that's where he would have went. And with the people who said, "Oh, well, he called it they called it the West Indies because he thought he was in India." Bull. That is not where they call it. That's not why he called it that. That is not where he thought he was. That's not even where anybody who believed that he was actually going there for that. You're still missing a little something part of the story.
Why did he go there then?
What he cited is he cited a scripture that second Esdras looking for the land of Arzareth. Have you ever heard of that?
Mm-mm.
The Arzareth is a land that that's believed that the northern tribe of the Israelites fled to. So they believe that there was another landmass that was not part of the known lands in Europe. And it's also said that Christopher Columbus was possibly a Marrano.
A Marrano, what's that?
During the times of the conquest over there, I'm trying to remember what they call it. Where basically they forced everybody to convert to Judaism and leave their religions. It's said that he was supposed to be a Sephardic Jew, and and the Marranos were people who pretended they were Catholics, but were secretly still practicing Judaism. And I mean, it's even like part of his translators that he took over there. He took over translators who spoke Hebrew. Why would you do that?
So they were like undercover Jews. They were.
I mean,
I look like a Catholic, but I'm really Jewish.
Did you know that actually there's even what is it called? There's even documentaries. If you look up like Pirates of the Caribbean, they call it the Jewish Pirates of the Caribbean. A lot of those pirates were Moranos.
Wow.
So Inquisition, that's what I was thinking of, the Inquisition. And so you had a lot of people flee, or they stay as Moranos undercover. And
Okay.
so they many of them were looking for another land to go to get away from this so-called persecution. And so as they looked for this conversos, there we go. That's I think that might be the proper term, but yes, that is another one of the that's another part of it. And then if you look at the some believe that he was going there looking for the northern tribes, some believe he was just looking for this lost land.
Right.
Because he believed that this lost land had to have had a bunch of undiscovered minerals and riches and things like that, and land that could be conquered. And he promised that to Ferdinand and I'm blanking on the queen's name right now. Isabella, yes.
You know, it's funny though that I never really thought about that. Right? It's just why would Columbus sail across the ocean blue in 1492 if he didn't know where the fuck he was going? Right?
Well, he had an inkling where he was going, and I'm gonna tell you why he had an inkling that there was land in this direction is because remember I told you before that he was a slave trader, right? He was doing most of his in the 1450s and 60s. He was taking slaves out of instead this time he was doing it for Portugal. He was taking slaves out of parts of West Africa. And in West Africa, they had already been trading with people in the Americas, because you can find like
Really?
if you look at some of the different arrowheads and certain things, you were finding stuff that was only in North America that was found in West Africa and vice versa. So it shows that there was back and forth trading going on at that time period early. And the reason why they believe that the people in West Africa in particular definitely knew of that land is because if you look into Mansa Musa, his older brother, who took like a whole group of people and just disappeared. He's like, yo, I'm gonna go check out some stuff over there and I'm a dip. And he just never came back. And
I wish he actually said that.
that would have been hilarious if he said
What
that.
is this dip? I don't understand. Sorry, or they're the Spanish. I don't understand.
And if you look at it, even if you take a decent sized sailing ship with, you don't even have to really put the sails up. The jet stream in the water, or not the jet stream,
The ocean currents, yeah.
Ocean current. Ocean current takes
The Gulf Stream, yeah, the Gulf Stream.
Yeah. It takes you right into the Caribbean, basically. So if you coast it a little bit further, it can put you within the Caribbean, certain parts of Africa. And that's the reason why it's believed that there were, now I'm not going into the whole, like some people believe, oh, well, that proves all the natives were basically of African. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there were Africans who had built up their own like society in a sense already over in the Americas, and there was interaction, trading with the natives, some intermingling and mixing, and so that was going on well before Europeans ever knew anything about this continent. And then on the other side of it, I've even heard some Native American elders, many of them pushing out the whole Bering Strait theory, that no, we weren't walking across some damn ice. We actually built ships and they actually just followed down that coastline and came into where Alaska would be and migrated across. And so you have a mixture of the natives, some being coming from, say, so-called Mongolia and places like that, to some of them actually coming from as far across as to, I would say, the Middle East. And then you have people coming out of Africa, and you had a mixing and mingling of some of these. That's the reason why I believe you see different facial features and skin tones and things throughout the different natives. And then, of course, you have the Spaniards come in and the colonization and then that mixture and so on and so on forth. It gets kind of a mixed mesh of things. But yeah.
I've never heard that about West Africa trading with the natives here. That's wow, that's cool. I can understand why that information would be suppressed, you know.
They were finding turkeys. They were finding turkeys in Africa. They were finding cocaine all the way as far away to Israel. How the hell was cocaine getting over there?
Yeah, cocaine's a hell of a drug if it could go across an ocean.
Yeah. That's only in the Americas. And that got over there. I believe, I'm trying to remember what their names were, but it was a seafaring people who basically they did a lot of trading within the Mediterranean area, whether that be North Africa to Asia Minor at the time. And basically they just traveled. I'm trying to remember what group of people spoke Aramaic. I can't. I'm blanking on this, but there's a group of people where they traveled and all they did was trade, and they traveled and trade. And it's believed that that group of seafarers were the ones who actually was like, yo, there's some land over there. And so they started taking stuff back and forth, and that word of mouth got around in parts of Asia Minor and Africa. And because there was kind of that separation with Europe for a good amount of time, because the migration into Europe was always coming from Africa and Asia. It wasn't Europe coming down until much later. When you started seeing the migration from Europe coming down would be around the time of, I'm talking about like in mass numbers, is when the Greeks started coming down with Alexander. And that's when they start flooding into all these areas and all the way out as far as to India. And then once his empire went down, then it split into the four kings, and then eventually, his four generals taking over the different areas and taking over parts of the Middle East and colonizing India and all that. Eventually, that empire went down, and then you had the Greco-Roman Empire. You kind of had a little mix of the two, and then you had the Roman Empire take over. And so that's when they started getting involved into those areas, and up until the Christ time, when the Romans are like in charge. But like the whole Greek part, that they talk about that 400-year gap in the Bible. That's in the Apocrypha. It talks about the Greeks and being in that area. It talks about Alexander in that area.
Which book talks about that?
The Maccabees.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. But and what the church will tell you, church fathers will say that they took that out of the Bible because they didn't feel that was profitable for salvation. But they did say that they believed that they consider it deuterocanonical because they say that it is historically accurate, some of the stuff they're talking about there, but they don't feel it's important.
It's not because the thing about apocryphy is like if it's one of the things is they say is like if it's not inspired by God.
There we go. Chris H. The Phoenicians. That's who I was talking about.
Oh, Phoenicians. Yeah.
They were the ones who were doing a lot of this traveling and trading with all these different areas.
Well, yeah, you see a lot of stuff from you see like Egyptian hieroglyphics in South America, right? That they've discovered. How did they know unless they're taking the Love Boat over?
You see all these things that are similar in South America that tie to Egypt, I believe, because, and I know I'm probably going to get pushed back in the chat for this, but I believe that is where some of those people originally came from. So there were some of those people who were coming from as far away as Egypt and Mesopotamia and all of these areas and traveled all the way over to that land.
Yeah. What was I going to say? It was thought that the Egyptians didn't even build the pyramids, that they actually found them, right?
Which the only reason why I push back against that is it's always interesting, the ancient alien people, for everything that is a black and brown country, an alien came and did it. But
you don't necessarily have to be an alien in this case. It could have been like really advanced humans at the time that were wiped out during the Younger Dryas, the big giant flood that, either it was a coronal mass ejection or if it was just a comet streaks that just destroyed the ice sheets around the world and immediately melted them. That's the thing. That's where you see like these. If you ever listen to Randall Carlson, I think he's like a geologist or something. He usually does stuff with Graham Hancock, right? With the fingerprints of the guys. But he himself has come up with this theory that something destroyed the ice sheets quickly enough to melt so much water so much quick. You're seeing like, 1,000-foot tsunami waves going across the planet, right? Because there was so much ice. You're talking about ice sheets in America. They were like a mile thick. You're like going down to Antarctica. You got 1 or 2 mile ice sheets that are that thick. That's how it was in North America. Not all of North America. It was just part of it. You had like the southern part of the United States that was just kind of, but you get up close to like mid-America and up there. And these flood myths are all around the world too.
Well, I also believe that, and also you can look into certain mountain ranges and you can find all kind of sea life. You can find like dolphin skeletons in the mountains, and it's like, okay, well, how did that happen?
Yeah,
now,
they're finding starfish and shit like that way up in Mount Everest and stuff. Like, how the hell did that happen?
Now, what I believe also is you had certain events that changed the faces of some of these things and I also believe that in a form of Pangea. I believe that Pangea did actually exist at one point. And I believe that would explain the possibility of a flood scenario because they were all connected. It wasn't all these separate land masses. I also wanted to, what was that comment that Lucy said? See Gray's own article, Christopher Columbus is Islamophobe. Of course he was an Islamophobe because if you look into what was going on even before the Inquisition, they were ruled mainly by the Moors, who were Arabs. So the whole Jewish and Arab kind of beef has been going on since the Moors came in. Now the Moors, when I say the Moors, it's a diverse population of people. The Moors is like, you had people that would have been from Africa, you had people that would have been from so-called, because I hate the term the Middle East. The Middle East is just a term to kind of get you away from saying, okay, half of this is Africa, half of this is Asia.
Yeah.
It's also to take you away from the fact that Israel's tectonic plates are in Africa. And when you start saying that and thinking about that, it sounds really weird to say that the modern day people are Africans. And native Africans, not Afrikaners who moved down there.
Yeah, you don't see many Africans getting skin cancer like the Israelis are, who are not native to that place at all.
And what they've done is they've created this program where it's like the most proactive like skin cancer program of all time. Like they're literally like, yo, you need to be in here. You missed your appointment last week. You need to come get checked out. We're coming to you to do your biopsy. And the reason why it's for PR. They can't continue to be and they dropped themselves from, I think they were number one, then they dropped to number 2. But do you know who was number 2 right behind them before? I think it's Australia that's jumped up to the top, and like some Norwegian country that's way up there. But you know who's right there with them?
Who? Egypt?
Egypt was right there too, because then you have to go back into, because a lot of people go into this mindset of thinking that the people who are in Egypt, the skin tone is what the average skin tone going all the way back to the days of the pharaohs and stuff. And that's just not true. I mean, the migration patterns that have happened on all of the continents is something that is rarely talked about. There's been so much migration of whole entire groups of people. And also you factor in, you had the different waves of the Greeks coming into North Africa and to the Middle East in 300 BC and staying for hundreds and hundreds of years in subjugation. I mean, actually, you can go more than hundreds of years. You could say a couple thousand years, because you've had the Greeks there since 300 BC, roughly, to the Romans still having power over that area up into the 1500s or so.
Yeah.
So with all of that European, population flooding into the whole Middle East, all the way across North Africa, is going to change the phenotype of the population a little bit. Now, it's not completely, because you're gonna have some light people, some people who are, if they don't talk, you can't. They just look like a normal white person, to people who are a little bit kind of more in the little caramel skin tone, to people who are like to as dark as the Nilotes.
Yeah, I'd never get confused for that. So I get called Casper. I have when I put on sunscreen, it's SPF Infinity. So it's I basically just walk around in a bubble full of sunscreen.
I saw this one thing that was pretty interesting. What was it? It was showing putting skin. It was showing putting SPF on and using this certain camera, like a UV camera. Do you know what people look like when they put that on?
No, what do they look like?
It basically makes you black.
I'm black and I'm proud.
I want to see. In fact, I don't know. Let's see. I'll try to pull it up under my internet and see if it behaves. But
well, now I can't use sunscreen because I'll be accused of being doing blackface. I'm not doing that shit. Fuck these people. That's a trap.
You are doing what everybody who's putting on sunscreen technically is doing blackface and don't realize it.
That's why I don't use sunscreen, because I'd rather get skin cancer than be a fucking racist. Okay, I'm just saying. That's wild. I never do that.
Let me see if I can find that video. It was wild when I saw it. Oh,
yes, all redheads are black now.
So here we go. Put this on.
Right on.
Real screen. I saw this some years ago. I was like, wow, that's freaking hilarious.
Oh shit. Oh my god.
So
what the hell? Oh my Jesus. The fuck is what? That is crazy. What kind of that's under a black light?
Under UV light.
Oh man.
Yeah. So basically what you're
doing, head dancing shit going on there.
So what you're doing is to the sun, you're trying to trick to say, hey, I'm black, don't burn me.
Oh yeah, I know, right? You're trying to fool the sun. It's like, no, I'm black. We're, I'm not Whitey or the man. I'm not a cracker. Don't burn me.
here's some health advice. We'll put this. Julia puts up here. If you use it, get ones made with zinc oxide, and make sure to get at least 20 minutes of unprotected sun time for vitamin D. Good tip. Thank you. But
that's
yeah,
what I do.
But
I do that. I'm sorry. I was just gonna say I do the sunshine thing too, because you gotta get that vitamin D naturally. I mean, you can take it, which is great, but getting it naturally is even better.
Well, that's the reason why the skin cancer rates are so high in some of those Nordic countries, because they're not getting enough of unprotected.
Right. You got to balance it out, right? You can't. Mm-hmm. You got to pick. Like, if you're gonna get, you can get vitamin D from the sun without it like burning your skin if you do it on days where it's a little overcast, even though the radiation still comes through the clouds. Mm-hmm. That's what people don't understand. Just because it's a cloudy day doesn't mean you're not going to get burned. Mm-hmm. Because it's not like, it's not heat per se from the sun like a fire. It's radiation that's burning your skin.
Mm-hmm. And I would also say some of it also comes from the UV rays bouncing off of like snow and things like that. It intensifies it. It makes it a little stronger. So I think those things factor in. Yes, radiation happens at night too, but Here I was going to say, see, this is a good comment. Marcus, Northern Africa and Southern Europe are closer in bloodline, the Sahara Desert, and whether separate North Africa from Sub-Saharan Africa and North Europe from some. Well, it has to do with migration. You got to always factor in the migration. It makes a big difference. That's the reason why the bloodlines are closer. I mean, for instance, I lived in Sicily, and Sicily for 500 years was controlled by African nation. It makes a difference, and it wasn't just Sicily; it conquered a lot of those areas. So that also, if you notice, why Spaniards and Portuguese have a little extra tint, because some of those migration patterns with the Moors. I mean, all that stuff factors into your DNA and all the different ancestors you have and how far they go back.
You know, you got to wonder too, right? Because the Sahara isn't always a desert. It's cyclical, right? For you know, gray face, fucking racist intergalactic people. So you get you have and now I lost my train of thought. What were we talking about? What happened? Shot who? The Sahara, right? It hadn't always been a desert. It'll be a desert, and then it'll be lush and green for a set amount of years, and then it goes back to the desert. You know, the way the Earth turns and the way the progression around the sun and all that stuff. And it's like you got to wonder what the people of the Sahara, when it's lush, when the last time it was lush, who those people were, and where they went to.
This is an interesting one from Soul. Says 700 years, I think the Moors occupied Spain and Portugal. That's a fact, but here's something else that I would add. The Moors didn't only go into Spain and Portugal. They had certain other parts. Now, they didn't hold them as long, but the Moors had reached all the way across Europe to a certain degree. Now, they didn't have it locked down, controlled like Spain and Portugal, but there were Moors in the courts of Germany, of Russia, of all of these different countries. In fact, there was a heavy influence of Moors even into places like Florence, for instance. So, in fact, even in the Roman Empire, you had one of the Caesars who had Moorish descent. So when people think Rome, they think of this homogenous, like typical white European look. And it was not as homogenous as people think. You had people who were brought in. Now, some of them were taken from other areas and brought there. Some of them migrated willingly. And it was not as homogenous as people think. It's just different.
But like people in Spain, though, are primarily white, though, aren't they?
Yeah, they will still be classified as white European. But you when you get to Spain, there are some, I would say, many Spaniards that you can drop them into any Latin country and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Because when you compare somebody from Spain to Portugal, like just me, the eye test, I can tell the difference that they don't look like a Brit. The Brits,
they probably have better teeth. The teeth. Sorry, no, my British friends probably hate me.
Typically, darker hair, darker eyes,
right?
A little bit of a tint to the skin. Even though the more fair skinned ones have a little bit of an olive tint, just kind of like in Italy. Whereas in North Italy, like going to that comment I saw, in North Italy, you may have some who kind of have a little bit of an olive tint, a little hint, and if they get in the sun, okay, they'll get a little darker. But most are kind of more to the more paler, fair skin look, as in when you get to like Sicily, for instance, more or to definitely an olive or skin tone where you can drop them in the Middle East or Latin America and you would not be able to tell that they're not Middle Eastern or Hispanic, which, for lack of a better term, so don't beat me up, people, for using the term.
We're getting in so much trouble today.
You have people there in Sicily which are even darker. Now, some of them darker for just ancestral reasons. Some of them because you have plenty of migration that comes from Libya and Lebanon and various other parts. I mean, for instance, Sicily is very close to Africa. It's not very far. And then I think also just the UV rays, sun, all those things all factor in, I would say.
That's wild. That's probably why I don't go over there, because I mean, I get enough sunburn here in the United States. I don't need European sunburn. I don't need that prestigious, snobby sunburn. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh, I figure. So I guess off to another topic. I want to ask you your thoughts on this because we all saw it coming. I was just wondering, like, what are your thoughts on the whole Trump Elon?
Yeah, now that we're actually starting the show 2 hours in, that was one hell of an intro there, Marcus. I don't think we topped that.
I honestly might even clip it and just call it an interview. It was or a conversation, one of my conversations.
Well, I'm gonna get you on my show too. Just all we're gonna do is just gonna have a night of just shooting the shit, because we go deep. We go deep, man.
Oh, there's some because I think there's so many topics that don't get broached any other way than to just have an open, fluid conversation and just talk.
And you have a very intelligent, community here. Your chat. I mean, I'm every time I watch your show and I'm in the chat with these guys, they're just rattling off all these facts and stuff, and I'm just like, it's just good. You want people who are knowledgeable like that, who want to be a part of the conversation like that too. I love having these conversations.
Man, that's what I said, man. If there was a way, like if I had the money to be able to say, yo, I'm going to set up a convention hall and give everybody who watches the show tickets and let's all just have a big powwow. Oh, man, I would love that. Because I can tell there's so much that I can learn from everybody in here. And one thing I like about my show is I don't try to be like some of these other content creators where they're the ones I'm dictating information to you, the dirty, unwashed masses. No, it's you guys are talking to me. I'm talking to you guys. I'm forgetting something. You guys remind me something. You guys bring up a point. You guys share some information, advice. And I love how the back and forth dynamic goes, where it's some people, they just sit there and I'm just dictating to you. Our conversation is the only thing that matters. You sit there and listen to me, plebs. I get it on shows that are really, really huge where they can't conversate back and forth with the chat, but shows that aren't really super huge, I mean, come on, get out of your own ego, talk to the people.
This is going to sound like that I don't really care how many people that subscribe to my shows or whatever, but I have like maybe 576 people subscribe to my channel, and every time I do the morning shows during the week, and I do the evening show, and then the interview show when I can, and I always try to integrate the chat in there, right? Because I don't want to sit there and preach at anybody. I'm not going to sit here just like, you need to know this, you need to know this, and what I say is right, and what you I don't care what you think, that kind of thing. I'm not one of those people. I love the input from the community.
Hey, Chamonix, that's funny.
Don't talk about Kyle Kalinske.
I mean, but yeah, have you seen any of Kyle Kalinske stuff lately?
I try not to. The only time I see it is if Willie's showing it on his show.
Dude, he seems so unhinged a lot of times. Like,
yeah, it's like he got kicked out of NSYNC. I don't.
The hair kills me. It's so hard to watch it with that.
Ain't no lie. Bye.
It's just he's over the top with everything. Okay, yes, Trump is doing this. It sucks. It's crappy, whatever. But you're acting like, the Insurrection Act. Like it's going to be like fascists marching down the street with tanks and all that tomorrow, and we're going to be in an authoritarian state. We already are, and we have been. It's just creeping there.
Yeah, it's the boiling frog. It's the boiling frog in the pot.
Exactly. But he's acting like, and I'm like, dude, you're living in suburban fucking VA. You're not. I can tell by the lifestyle you're living, you are not in this struggle. So maybe he has to foment what he's not experiencing because he thinks that's what everybody else is experiencing. I don't know.
Well, getting back to Trump and Elon, I think I've heard a lot of people say it's a distraction, and I totally agree with that
Okay.
assessment too, because look at what's going on, right? People are drawn to drama, right? I was talking to my buddy earlier today about the inception of the reality show, right? 1992, you had The Real World premiere on MTV,
Right.
and then closer to the end of the decade, you had a big writer's strike that ushered in the real era, or beginning of the 2000s. You had these writer strikes that ushered in the era of reality programming, the beginning of the dumbing down for real of people. At least with like scripted shows, it's kind of smart, and you know, maybe there's some like moral things you can learn from it that they infuse into the storyline. But with these reality shows, it's just like Candy Crush, right? It's this thing to keep your mind busy while the world is blowing up all around you.
It's
And I
like
think
that dopamine hit of fight, like high school.
Right. Yeah, and it's the same thing with Trump and Elon, right? That's just that who knows if this isn't just some scripted act that they say, hey, you know, we're gonna make your shares go down, but then they're gonna skyrocket later, you know, or I don't even know if that's even gonna happen or not. But there's got to be some nefarious reason besides this bullshit ego stuff that's going on. You know.
Oh shit, we got our brother Willie in the building.
Willie Bragg, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, I mean, how I see it, and granted, I'm going to talk about all these other topics, but I want to throw this out here because this is kind of how I see it. Do I think it is something to it? Yeah, but I mean, I honestly look at it more as Elon's just being a whiny little bitch, and he's not getting everything he wants, so he's throwing a tantrum now. And Trump's not really taking it too serious. I don't think he cares. And he's like, now keep playing. And I can make life a little rough for you. But I think the media is using this as an avenue to add to more distraction. Just like you had the what is that group? What is Patriot Front? Going through my hometown last week. Trying to march through there, and they basically got police escort and protected. And I get where the mayor was coming from, like, hey, we have to, you know, give the deference to free speech. I feel like those days are over. When you're preaching that kind of crap, fuck you. We don't need to protect you with fucking tax dollars money. If you want to go out there and do that, go get out there and do that and face the consequences. And the reason why they did that is because last time, when the Klan tried to go to KC to have their march, that shit got shut down. They were like, yo, get out here in these streets and see what'll really happen to you, because you're not getting police protection.
Yeah, it ain't gonna be pretty, that's for sure.
And so and they wanted to go through the black neighborhoods. I'm like, oh, go for it. So with that, you got this Elon thing, the Trump thing. The Russia-Ukraine thing, I honestly don't pay it as much attention because I think a lot of that is being overblown. Yes, the NATO powers are throwing every penny in there so they can fight to the last Ukrainian. And Russia's going to, in a fight, you're going to take some damage. But I still don't even feel like they're really even fighting this fight with both hands. I still feel like they're fighting this fight with one hand behind their back because they know the moment that they engage with both hands, then they're going to get attacked on the other fronts. And that's what I think they're holding out for. That protection for, okay, when America or whatever really decides to just go after them fully. So I think they're kind of holding back a little. But I feel like that, the Trump Elon, the throwing Russia, Ukraine out there, even the Trump administration pushing this Insurrection Act and all these things, all of these things are meant to distract from what is going on in Gaza.
Yeah. because that's the number. And to a certain extent, what's going on in Africa too, in Sudan, because there's genocide going on there too.
Oh, true.
It's just. But Africa doesn't have an influence on America nearly as much as Israel does.
Well, and I'll tell you another thing. The reason why Africa, even if, well, you heard that one commentator say the quiet part out loud. You know, the reason why they care about Ukraine because it's white people like them. Most of these people cannot care for a group of people that don't look like them, and that's the reason why you had so much stuff go horrific in this country for so long to black and brown people, because it's not happening to them. It took for them to have to see, you know, why am I blanking on his name? The kid who got killed in Mississippi and horrifically got
Tillman? Was it?
Come on, y'all in the chat. Y'all know who I'm talking about.
Was it Henry? It wasn't Henry Tillman. It was
as soon as you say it.
Till. It has
Emmett Till.
Emmett Till. Yeah. Okay.
It took for them to see how brutally he was messed up and his mom to leave that open casket for it to click for people, for them to really see it and be like, oh wow, it's that bad. You would need to go back to the days of when the press corps would go in with Vietnam and they would show the bodies and show the people getting shot and stabbed and their guts hanging out. They need to see that. And because they don't see that, it's easy for them to not put it in their head. They need to see the violence. That's the reason why they don't care about Africa. If they saw the starving on a regular basis, then they would care. But another reason why people don't care about it is, okay, that's horrific and all that, but how does that connect to me? Now, Gaza people care because American tax dollars are being paid. So now this isn't something where you're standing on the side and not caring. This is you're paying and funding this. So you have a hand in this. Mm-hmm. You're culpable. It's the same way, like for instance, in a court of law, if I was beating the hell out of somebody and I beat them to death and you walk past and you saw it, Warren, you kind of have a duty to report, but technically they can't go after you. Morally, you're wrong for not doing anything, but legally, what can I do? Now, if you paid money for me to beat this person to death, now when it comes to the court of law, you're liable also. Oh, yeah. You go to jail now. You can be sued now because you are part of this.
Yeah.
And that's why I think, and also not only we're part of it, this is our supposed ally and all this stuff like that. There's so many reasons why we're tied into this. And it's not only, if you really pull back, because I focus it Gaza for the meantime, because if you really pull back, the whole stuff that you're talking about in the Congo, the whole stuff that you talk about that's going on with these different African nations, these problems, these tribal wars and all this are being funded by the West.
Yeah.
So all of this stuff, the whole Israel, Palestine, all this stuff, and a big chunk of it is funded by that very same person who is committing a genocide right now. They're funding some of this stuff.
You know, it's speaking of Israel, you know what? Today is the on June 8th, 1967.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar what happened on that day?
June 8th, 1967.
That's when Israel sunk the USS Liberty.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Remember kids, when Israel attacked America? Mm-hmm. You remember? Oh, you don't? Oh.
Yeah.
I wonder why. Yeah.
Yeah, and how they did it. Like, they just lied and lied and lied, and they got a president to lie for them.
Yeah, that's why I go back to Johnson. How Johnson was LBJ was such a piece of shit. Probably had his hand in getting JFK whacked because they told him, okay, you're going to be the Trump of this time. You're going to be the puppet that we control over here in Israel. Right.
But I feel like that goes all the way back to we've been basically under that same kind of threat and control going all the way back to who was the president in World War One? Wilson.
Wilson, yeah.
All the way back to Woodrow Wilson. They've had a control. And I don't know if you know the theories about Wilson, like the blackmail that was had on him.
Oh, I didn't hear about blackmail. No, I knew he's a piece of shit, but
yes, because before the war, he promised we are not getting involved in none of Europe's wars, none of that crap, and then he made a quick about face. And what was said is that Wilson had actually impregnated one of his colleagues' wives in the university, and he's paying off secretly like this kid that he has on the side. And this man who's supposed to be this deep Christian, that would have destroyed his political career. And so that leverage, and then you go into what was it, Justice Brandeis and all that stuff, you start noticing all of a sudden a certain group of people were getting a whole lot of powerful positions. After all that, the same group of people who were playing in Germany and in Great Britain to get America involved.
Yeah.
The same,
because America did not want to be in it at all. They were like, nope, we don't want any part of this shit.
Yeah. And I mean, Brandeis was the first Jewish justice. And you start looking into some of these ties, and it's like, why all of a sudden this dude do this extreme about face? And then you had the what was it? The Monster of Jekyll Island, right around that time period.
What was the Monster of Jekyll Island?
The Federal Reserve.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There was a lot of shit happening around that time too. And then you got a pandemic too, about like 5-10 years later.
Yeah.
Well, no, not even that.
Was it like 6 years later? The
13, right? 1913. Is that when it was? It was during the war.
Well, that's right. It was during the war. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, towards the tail end of the war, I think, or maybe in the middle, something like that.
I want to say it was because they were involved in the war in like 1913. I think it was 1914. But tackling back to Kansas again, it was actually contracted in, I think, Leavenworth.
Oh, Spanish flu. She says Jonas said it's 1918 was the Spanish flu. I think when was it? I can't remember when World War I ended. Was it around 1918?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I want to say the war start kicking off around, you were getting the early flooders around like 1913. And like 1914, it was like really full in effect. And I think America got involved around 1917 or something.
Yeah. They got in pretty late, I think.
Yeah. And I think it ended in 1918.
Yeah. And then they get the Spanish flu. Isn't that nice?
Yeah. That's the thing. He contracted it in America in Leavenworth, Kansas, and then took it over to Spain and spread it over there. And then the Spanish flu.
That's the misconception. People think because it's called the Spanish flu that it started in Spain, but no, it was given to Spain as a lovely parting gift.
Yep.
World War I.
Jekyll Island, 1910.
The Fed.
Because then you factor in also you had what happened. You had the Titanic. When was the Titanic?
1908. Something, I think it was something like it was in the aughts.
And then when was the Lusitania?
It was not long after that, or was it before then?
No, it was after.
Yeah, because
the Lusitania, I want to say, was like 1911, 1912, somewhere around there. If we're close or if we're wrong, let me see.
Wasn't that a false flag operation? Like it was sunk in order to get some people involvement into the war or something like that.
Well, yes and no.
I'm not too fresh on that, so that's why I come to the experts like you.
The Lusitania was 1915 was when it was sunk. Well, what they told them,
15. Okay, yeah.
They told them, do not bring any ships through here with any kind of weaponry or anything on it. It will be attacked.
Oh, yeah.
and they intentionally brought weapons on that ship so that it would get attacked. But they put civilians on there also. And so I honestly believe that, well, it's just an interesting coincidence that a handful of the people who were against the forming of the Federal Reserve, some were on the Titanic and some were on the Lusitania. And I'm not talking about just average people. I'm talking about prominent people.
So Chuck in the chat says on May 7th, 1915, less than a year after World War I, 1914 to 18, erupted across Europe. A German U-boat torpedoed and sank the RMS Lusitania, a British ocean liner en route from New York to Liverpool, England. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, so it was coordinated. I want to say, what is that family that was real big? Not the Vanderbilt.
The Carnegies?
No, they owned a big part of New York for a while.
The Rockefellers?
No, not the Rockefellers. Can't remember what family that is, but
do you remember what business they were involved in?
Let me see if I can find it. Prominent persons on.
Just a random sidebar for everybody in the chat while Marcus is looking this up. Did you know that when Nikola Tesla died, a lot of his paperwork went missing?
Oh, it was a Vanderbilt.
It was Vanderbilt?
Yeah, Vanderbilt, who was on the Lusitania.
I just like to throw a little sidebar there. Those are Vanderbilts. Okay, yeah.
Vanderbilt, Hubbards, the Hubbards, and the Frommans. Those are all prominent people who were on there. And on the Titanic, who was it? There was another prominent, like, big families who had like sway in all these issues and dealing with banking and stuff like that.
Wasn't there the guy who owned Macy's? Like the him and his wife, weren't they on the Titanic too? I think it was Macy's.
The Astors. That's the family I was trying to remember. The Astors were on the Titanic.
Oh, the Astors. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, the Astors die on this one. Vanderbilt die on the other one. Both of them were big time opponents of the Fed.
You think? Okay, the Lusitania I could see, but I saw Lucy in the chat. She said that the Titanic was a false flag too.
Well, you don't believe that it was actually hit? I mean, that it actually went down,
or that it was an actual iceberg? I don't know. I mean,
well, that I have heard. I have heard that it was possibly actually hit by a missile, not an iceberg. I mean, not a missile, but a
torpedo.
Yeah.
Did they have torpedoes back then? I guess they did.
Oh, hell yeah, they had torpedoes back then. I mean,
but enough to take down the Titanic. That's a pretty fucking big ship.
For those that don't know, my actual rating in the Navy was torpedo.
Oh, okay.
So and the torpedoes, like I was explaining this to somebody, the reason why torpedo would be a perfect weapon to use is because torpedoes don't actually hit the target. Did you know that?
Is it like a nuke where it doesn't actually hit the ground, it explodes before it hits the ground? It kind of thing?
What it does is it explodes when it gets within a certain proximity, and it creates almost a concussive vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
And that vacuum is what hits the target. And so what they're designed for most of the time is to target the hull of the ship, and so that it breaks it in the bow, and so it snaps it, so it creates a hole there, and then that way it can flood it quickly and drop it. And that's the goal for a torpedo. So it doesn't actually hit it. So you wouldn't have any kind of remains of like a torpedo in there like you would have with a missile.
That's interesting. And it's been said too that there were structural flaws on the Titanic's hull too that some people could have known about and exploited by using a torpedo to sink it.
Well, also if you put because torpedoes operate on frequencies.
Okay.
What they do is they have once they're on their search pattern and they're in the water, they're sending like they have a gyroscope within it, and they're sending out a signal, and they're looking for surfaces, and they're looking for electrical signals. And once it finds an electrical signal that is separate from the electrical signal that sent it, it seeks out and targets it.
Oh, so the hunt for Red October is bullshit towards the end, where they fire the was Stellan Skarsgård's. He fires the missile, and then they get out of the way, and somehow it ends up coming back towards Stellan Skarsgård. That's not okay.
They're not designed to do that at all. They're designed to recognize their own signal.
Well, you just blew that movie for me. Thanks, man. You know,
like
geez, man, I can't have any entertainment now.
And another thing, even back into those days, like when I was in the Navy, you had two different type of torpedo men. You had a 46 tech and a 48 tech. And a 46 is the ones that you would launch from side of the ship, a helo, or a fixed wing plane. 48 is what goes on subs. The difference in those is massive in size wise. Like a 46 torpedo is probably about maybe, I don't know, what, 400, 500 pounds to the 48, which is probably over 1,000 pounds easy. It's like double the length. It has like double the amount of like explosive ability and a larger fuel tank to be able to travel in the water longer. And how they work is once they get into the water, they have what's called a saltwater battery. And that saltwater battery kicks on, and the fuel would send it. It like has fuel in the motor and all that stuff within it. And so it's different than a missile, which a lot of them, their guidance system is set up different. It's a lot of times tracking a heat signature. This one is tracking an electrical signal.
Oh, okay. And in the water too, is you have like motorized stuff, but when you have like with missiles, it's more of a rocket-based type situation where you have like a jet rocket coming out of it to propel it, whereas in the water it's got, you see the fan going like on the thing, like that's propelling it, you know, with the motor and stuff. That's cool.
And like another thing that's different is like dumb missiles back in the day, they can only track onto a heat signature. Or eventually they had to start doing what's called painting the target, basically where they put in an artificial signifier on it so the missile can track to that. So they had to get somebody on the ground in location so that they're like shining something on it so that it attacks. And then they got to smart bombs, because they consider those dumb bombs the smart bombs, where they're actually able to track signals and do all that. But back to those days, they didn't have smart bombs. Everything was a dumb bomb. They could only track heat signatures.
Chuck made a point in the comments that Titanic was built by dimwits and helmed by dimwits. They hit an iceberg because they ignored a telegraph. That's very plausible, but it could be that these dimwits on the ship could have been in on it too. If the missile didn't do it, maybe they did on purpose. Run into an iceberg. Exactly. That could have been possible too.
Yep.
Laser guided.
Yeah. A lot. That's when I was talking about painting the target. They're basically putting a laser target on it, and it follows to that.
Yeah, like those weapons. You know, you see the red dots on somebody's heads. It's the same principle, right?
Yep.
Wow.
And sometimes, and if you take that off, the missile's gonna go somewhere different. So you have to like keep it on there.
You're talking about the hull, Lucy. There's no basement in a ship. Come on.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, she's talking about explosives in the hull that did it too. Could be. I mean, hell, I wasn't there. It was 1912. That was like a long time ago. I was probably 4?
It's very possible they could have put some kind of explosive charge down in the bottom and just blew it. I mean,
if they want to get rid of these people that was on the boat, I mean, they're going to do it.
You could have sent somebody on there like a James Bond type spy. I mean, who went on there and the crew had no clue.
I'm just picking on you, Lucy. I wasn't trying to make fun of you. But when you said basement, I was like, oh, that's so cute.
But it's interesting that Well, the Lusitania, it's clear that that's what it was hit by, by a torpedo. But it's very well possible. Who knows exactly how it's done? I just look at what I feel was the intended purpose, and the intended purpose was to take two of these large proponent of getting the Federal Reserve, passed out of the way.
Yeah. Well, that's a kind of a perfect segue talking about like guided missiles and stuff like that. Talking about Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah.
Right. Because Ukraine, Trump finally gave the okay to let them use the long range missiles. Right. That's what started. What was it last weekend when they just bombed the shit out of Russia, the airports there. And Russia came back. They said, you're fucking around, and now you're going to find out.
Well, what they attacked is they start attacking some of their bombers that are basically their nuclear bombers. You don't attack things like that. When you start going after things like that and bridges which are used to traffic some of their most sensitive materials.
What do they call that? The nuclear triad. That one of the three things that is they attacked part of their nuclear triad, and Russia was like, oh hell no, and then just laid waste, and all of a sudden it was like Ukraine was like, oh help us, my lord, we're being burned and killed, and it's like, no bitch, you use them long range missiles, you sow what you reap, right? That's probably why before then they're saying don't use these long range missiles. For one thing, you're gonna poke the bear, and the bear's going to claw the shit out of you.
Like, I think the only way that this kind of ends is, I hate to say it this darkly, but somebody's going to take out Zelensky and then be like, ha ha, we're a different regime. We wasn't with all that stuff. Let's have peace.
Well, I was watching or reading something earlier about the previous president, right? I think it was there was two. Okay. So Ukraine was trying to get a loan, right? And it was like, I think it was they were dealing with Russia, and they were dealing, I think, I may be wrong, but the IMF, right? So the IMF had all these crazy rules that they were going to say, hey, look, okay, we'll give you this money, but you gotta sell like these farmlands, you got like these natural minerals and resources. We want a piece of the action. And Russia said, no, we're just going to loan you money. That's it. We don't want anything. We just want to loan you money. And the Ukrainian president, I can't remember his name at the time, but he agreed to it. And then all of a sudden there was a coup. What? Where did that come from? And then, now you're in the shit pickle that we're in today. So
no, you're 100% right. I mean, and they knew this was going to happen, and because they keep playing around with that area, you're going to have these things eventually happen. And I've heard people say, because I was talking to one of my friends I work with, who's former Navy also, and he spent a lot of his time around China and Taiwan and stuff like that. And he thinks that that's going to be the kickoff to World War III. And I'm like, no, it's going to be right there in the so-called Middle East. Because you have a group of people who believe that they can operate with impunity, and they're getting bolder and bolder. And I don't know if it's bolder. I think it almost comes across as desperate and impatient. And because the 48ers before them have been so good at like, okay, let's move a little inch and move a little here. Let's do a little this. And now this younger generation, and because they've been so isolated into their bubble of propaganda and psychosis, they're just so belligerent that they are going to do whatever they feel like doing. And when you pair that, this sense of God is with me, and so therefore anything I do, it will not fail, it makes you extremely dangerous.
Yeah. It makes you a radical, and not in a good way, for sure. Yeah, and they're emboldened too because we keep protecting them. Even with all these videos coming out of Gaza, these little kids getting, And still you see like in these people in control of shit are just like, oh well, that's their thing. They'll always say Hamas, and they'll always say, well, Israel has a right to defend itself against little kids. What? I mean,
but that's that whole narrative. I don't even entertain that narrative. I'm gonna tell you why I don't entertain that narrative at all. Because if you go all the way back to the earliest Zionists who were first moving into that land, they told you it was about taking all the land. We need to find a way to take this land. That's what it's always been about. That's what the project's always been. And people say, oh, we gave them this deal, and okay, yeah, this deal of I get this amount, you get that amount. Who out there? You own the house, you've owned your family house generations, and I just walk into your house and tell you I'm going to take the living room and this and that. Deal? Nobody's going to take that deal.
No. Nobody's going to give up their land willingly like that for some, it's just basically stolen from them. And they whether they agreed or not, it was going to happen one way or another,
Well, and I heard people say, but the Brits gave them this deal. Who were the Brits to give them this land?
Yeah, exactly.
How can you go and take somebody's land and then give it to somebody else?
Wasn't it like the Britain and the United States? I think Russia had a hand in it too, in trying to.
What Russia did is, well, actually, it's not Russia; it's Germany. Germany was actually like they were trying to work it out as far as monetarily. Hey, we give you this, and you give this amount of land, and you had a lot of people who, before the land was just outright taken, there were contingents of people, and you can go and see the coin where it has a star on this side and it got another shape on this other side. I'll let y'all figure out what coin I'm talking about and what shapes I'm talking about. It's very reminiscent of an old Chinese symbol for peace, but I'll leave it at that. And they were literally, that government was buying land to try to get these people to move there, to get people out of Germany. And the early Zionists in Germany were with this plan. They were pushing this plan. But they weren't getting enough buy-in. They couldn't get many of people who were in Germany, Poland, all of these areas to really want to go. They're like, no, I'm cool where I'm at, bro. Y'all can have that over there. I don't really care.
I don't want skin cancer. Thank you.
Many of them wanted to just have hey, can you just cut out this little part over here, Germany? We already kind of live over here, so how about let's just have this area? But there were other people who decided they wanted this particular land down here. And because they felt it tied to the biblical narrative after they tried a bunch of other places that they had in mind. Throughout Africa, and so even a place like somewhere in Asia. They had multiple places in mind originally.
I should say earlier, I said that Russia was involved. I should say that I think they just voted for it in the UN. They voted on they were one of the ones who voted yes. But as Chris says in the chat, he said the USSR supported Z at first until they realized what Z was really up to. Yeah. Well, you get fooled at first, and then later on, you're like, oh, shit, really?
Well, you got to think about it. If you go into Russia is one of those 109 countries. And the reason why is, because think about it like this. If you stayed with one of your friends, and you just kept going from friend's house to friend's house to friend's house, and one friend's like, you know what? I know you're on hard time. That's kind of messed up what they did to you. So, man, you can come stay with me till you get on your feet. And you're like, all right, yeah, come on, you stay. And then after a while, you're like, you know what? Your ass got to go. You got to get out of here. And then another friend sees that and they're like, damn, that's messed up what they did to you. And you can come over and stay for a while till you. And this keeps happening with friend after friend after friend after friend after friend. At what point is it that you're going to be like, what the hell is this person doing to keep getting kicked out of these places?
Yeah. Right.
That question is never asked until that 110th one is like, you know what? We see you had a problem with all these other people. We know what this problem is now. We don't only want you kicked out. We want to do something else to you.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying that what they decided they want to do to them was right.
Right.
I'm not saying that. I'm also not even saying that it's as clear cut as what's saying, because I believe that subject, it should be questioned and should be nuanced like every other piece of history. Kind of funny. That's the only thing in history that we can't question or talk about or inquire.
I know, that's funny, right?
We got to take the accepted story and narrative.
Yeah. Ain't nobody doing that anymore. I mean, you still got your cultists and stuff out there, but you're seeing a lot more people waking up, and that's a beautiful thing. If you're talking about like a glimmer of hope for the future, that's what I see. Some of these young people are not buried in their phones, and they're out there like, why the fuck are you killing children?
They burned their credibility with this. They burned way too much credibility with this. That's why. I mean, they probably they could have kept the Pierce Morgan types for probably a whole another year on this.
Yeah.
But because they don't know how to keep their fucking mouth shut, they're so loud and arrogant that it's eventually starting to bite them in the butt. And there's it reminds me of that Cat Williams. He's like, don't you know we can see you? Like,
yeah.
Everybody can see what you're doing.
Well, they're taking selfies of themselves killing people, and just look at me. I took out another Hamas or whatever, and it's like it's a little kid.
Well, you got to remember, they've been so in this bubble that what they do is acceptable in their community. They don't realize outside of their community, this is atrocious to everybody else. This is horrific.
Yeah, I mean, you're starting to see Israelis going around the world and getting I just saw this video. It was in I don't know, it's Korea or something. And they had these people, I think they were working at the Israeli embassy in Korea. And they went to this restaurant, and then they said, no, we're not going to serve you. And why? I said, because you kill children. Yep. We're not going to fucking serve you. Get the fuck out. Hitler tried to implement a national currency called the Reichmark. That's when they decided to declare war on Germany.
Honestly, anytime somebody starts trying to do something currency wise and get away from this any of these IMFs and stuff like this, and these federal money markets that are outside of the control, it's kind of like, oh, you want to go to somebody outside of our mob controlled, organizations, then you're gonna have a problem.
Yeah. That's pretty wild. And you would think, well, we got in the war because Hitler was on the march. And that may have been the cover story, but
I look at it like this: who was Hitler's father?
Who was Hitler's father?
I'll leave that riddle for everybody to go start digging into.
I'm going to say Mr. Hitler was his name.
Well, that's the name after or
Schicklgruber. His name was Schicklgruber.
After his father died, his stepfather died, he took on the last name of Hitler. But his mother, it's not known who the father was, and it's rumored that she was impregnated while she was working in the company of a very powerful family. Yeah, I see. We got a gold star for somebody. One of the class has definitely been paying attention. You see what Lucy put in there?
He was related Rothschild.
I wasn't going to say the name, but but that's
I know it all ties together, doesn't it? Like that.
That's the reason why I don't buy into everything about this narrative. And I'm looking at on just evidence that was produced. I've been in a gas chamber before. Like in the military, you have to go through gas chamber. That's part of basic training. You know, one thing that's very interesting about all of them. That's a common theme.
Mm.
They have to be airtight.
Right.
Now, if you see the one in a certain place, Awitz, when you go to that place, the one that they show that was supposed to be the actual one. Now, if they say, "Oh, well, this is a replica of what it is," that's one thing. But the tour guides say this is where, this is where the SS did this. Well, one thing that you see the problem with it is there's power sockets. Well, air can get out through power sockets. Gases can get out through power sockets. Another thing is it had a vent in the floor.
Hmm.
I mean, not a vent, but a drain. It's coming out of the drain. Now, where does that drain go to? That drain actually went over to one of the offices of the SS.
Hmm.
So you're telling me that they were gassing them and gassing themselves, and the vents actually went out to certain other parts of the town, the local town?
Hmm.
You had to use massive amounts. Also, when you factor in the fact that how long it would take for that toxic gas to clear out, for you to drag the victims out. Then, since what was it, silver and gold, a lot of times were used for tooth fillings back then. They used to pluck out all the silver and gold out of people's mouths.
Yeah.
How long did it take for you to wait for that to clear, drag the bodies out, pluck all this stuff out, then take them over to this thing which turns bodies into ashes? That even in that time period, it probably would have taken you at least like 3 hours per person to get rid of the full cadaver, we'll say, or corpse. That's a better word, to get rid of the corpse.
Hmm.
Now, you're telling me that millions were done that way. How long did that take to take these corpses and turn them into ash?
I don't know. What did they say? 6 million people? That's
Come
a lot
on,
of people.
What sense does that make? It makes a whole lot more sense to just toss everybody into a big ditch and be done with it. Also, if you have an area that is sealed off from air and you push a whole bunch of people in there, it's a whole lot easier for them to die of asphyxiation.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't even need any gas. Yeah, I don't know. It's just from evidence that's been presented to me. It gives me a whole lot of questions.
I have a lot of questions too, like that. Yeah. And the thing is if when you do question it, you're automatically accused of denial. And that's not what that is. You're not denying it. You just want to know more information to get a bigger picture.
Do I believe a bunch of people were and tossed in the ditches? Oh, without doubt. Do I believe that men were forcing themselves on women? Without a doubt. I believe a lot of horrific things happen.
Yeah.
But you're not going to tell me that disease was plaguing all of Europe at that time, and you're putting people in unsanitary conditions all close together, and you didn't have diseases plague through and kill a bunch of people also.
Right. There were malnutrition going on too.
Exactly.
Not everybody died in those camps from the gas chambers. A lot of them died from starvation or, from other means.
Typhoid, all kind of stuff. I mean, so there's so many. And then also, what's his name? Spielberg had this documentary that he released, interviewing the people, and some of the interviews brought up red flags. One of the guys who was in there talked about the last time he ever saw this family member, and I know that they went away and they went into the chambers. Well, they met that family member 10 years later in New York. There were plenty of people who had stories of something they swear on that turned out not to be true. There's all these other stories also of people who were in the camps, which were just like, okay, well, these aren't negative enough, so let's just like hide away these stories. Like about the ones where they're playing soccer with guards, and about the swimming pools that were in there. And it was just a lot of stories that were left out of there. that I felt like, okay, if something is horrific, you don't have to hide these other things that happen to try to make it seem more horrific. If you hide these other things, then it makes people start to question your credibility. It doesn't make me believe that the stuff that a lot of horrific things didn't happen, but it makes me start to question your credibility overall when I start to see so many inconsistencies, numbers changings and things like that. And then you basically force it into education around the world. Everybody has to know about this one event. You don't have to know about shit else. You don't have to barely know about the potato famine plagues, what happened in at the same time in the Congo with Leopold. You don't have to barely have to know about the Trail of Tears and what happened with stealing American land. Maybe you might even live in one of these places and you don't have to know that, but you need to know what happened in Germany over here. And everybody needs to know about this. And not only that, we need to have 50,000 movies about it that get a huge big budget and it gets forced down our throat, but nothing else we need to know about. But we need to know about this one event in history.
They went after the president of Iran. I can't remember his name right now. The one before this guy. Well, the two before the last two, and he was questioning it, and they were just like, oh,
was it Ahmadinejad?
Yeah. He questioned it too, or he didn't believe it. And
Assad says some interesting things too, and you can go back to was it Nasser? I can't remember who was the president of Egypt who had some interesting sayings. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, the bottom line is that whole time period, there are a lot of questions that need to be answered that are not being answered because, if you answer those questions, it kind of shatters the narrative that's built.
We're not even taught about how many other people we're not like the focus on how many millions of people who were killed during World War II is like, oh, well, that's irrelevant. Only care about these people. What about all the you know how many civilians through Great Britain, through Germany, through France, through North Africa, through Japan, through all of these other places that died, and we hear nothing about them.
You get a baseline figure of saying 20 to 30 million people died during the war, but that's the same thing. It's like you talk about Palestine where they say 57,000 people have died, but that doesn't account for the people under the rubble or the people who are missing that were probably, disappeared for some reason. There's all these little side things that's not being covered.
My boy know who I was talking about. You know exactly what I was talking about, Saul. He had a certain comment about the people of the land, how they left and how they came back. That's all I'll say. He had some questions. He said that, and I'm trying to remember Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. They both said the same thing. And if you talk to any of these Arab leaders, they all got the same thing that they're saying. They left one way, and they came back somebody else.
That's why you got the former Syrian leader in Russia right now.
Mm-hmm.
And now you got an ISIS guy leading.
Crazy secret. Everybody knows that somebody is not telling the truth, but yet they've been able to propagate some of the hugest lies on humanity.
That's why they call this the apocalypse, man. It's the lifting of the veil, right? We're people are learning more and more about history now than they have ever because all these facts are starting to come out. People are starting to be brave enough to dig this stuff up, and and it's making people ask questions. And that's one of the things about authoritarianism. You do not want people questioning your shit, right? Yeah. Stay in line, do your, slow your roll, do your thing. Stay in your lane.
Warren, I did this video probably 4 years ago or so, maybe longer at this point. No, it's probably about 4 years ago. And the video was this young Ashkenazi girl who was tired of the DNA things that told her she's 100% Ashkenazi. She's like, I know what that is. So what is 100% Ashkenazi? And when she broke it down, the percentage of her who came from the Levant, and for those who don't know what the Levant is, the Levant basically covers the whole entire Middle East. There's nothing that tells you specifically from Israel, and it's impossible to do that because the migrations and all kind of different people are constantly coming and going. And that's the whole Middle East. I mean, even if you go to the Sumerians, and then you had the Babylonians take over, and you had the Assyrians, and then you had the Persians, then you had the Medes, and you had all kind of different people. And once they took this area, they went and took over this whole area. And then they failed, then somebody took over this whole area. And then somebody else took over this whole area. And then whole groups of people were taken into slavery and taken all the way over here and then brought all the way back. And so the constant migration patterns that happen in that area make it virtually impossible for you to be like, oh, this is DNA of somebody who is from that time period back there, because you don't know whose DNA you're getting. You don't know whose DNA you're testing. So when they say Levant, that's a wide spectrum.
Yeah.
This girl, when she put in from the Levant, it was something like 9 or 10% of her is even from the Levant. So how much of that is even from Israel? And this is 100% Ashkenazi who said it. They trace all the way back to King David. And so what that would tell you is, let's say, for instance, because most people, if they have DNA from a certain area, it's not going to be all one thing. It's going to be a mixture. So let's say if some of that is from Israel, and then some of that would be from Iran. Well, now let's say if it's just 50-50, now we're looking at out of your roughly 10%, 5% of you is coming from the area that you claim is your birthright. That's the equivalent of me saying, you know what? I found that I have some Scottish heritage. So I need to go to Scotland and claim my land.
Yeah.
Ignore the other 95% of what I am.
Right.
Just focus on this 5%.
Yeah, I'm let's see, 150. I'm like 1/8 Russian, but I'm not gonna go to Russia and say, give me my land.
I guarantee you probably have some kind of, for all I know, Congolese or Egyptian or something back in there. Could you go and claim that land? No, you can't. It's ridiculous. And it's like everybody in this chat taking whatever is the most minimal percent of you, and now you claim that is what you are.
Let's go back to Southern Baptist, because I grew up a Southern Baptist, and this is the thing, they claim that basically the Bible is the deed to Israel for those people, and but they're the only ones who believe that. Everybody else outside of it is like, no.
I'm going to get my castle. Yes, Lucy.
I want a castle with the turrets up top, you know, and I'll go, go away, see if I'm thinking of something else, but yeah, I don't know. It just seems like this push for the greater Israel is just. Okay, that's an end game, but okay, so when let's say they do achieve it, they get the greater Israel that they want. They take the lands outside of Israel as well, right? Somehow that happens. Then what?
They believe that's when the Messiah will come.
So once the greater Israel is complete, boom. But don't they have to build the temple first?
The building of the third temple has to happen. And then the Messiah comes according to their belief system. Right.
Because they don't believe the Messiah has come yet.
Well, it all depends on which one you some believe that Rabbi Schneerson is the Messiah. And Rabbi Schneerson, who died like back in the 90s, they believe like he died, but he's like not actually dead. Like he's still alive and dead at the same time.
He's a zombie rabbi?
Yeah. Like, because they thought that he was a Messiah, and then when he died, they couldn't reconcile with the fact that that means you're probably wrong.
I don't think Messiahs die. I don't think that's how that works. Like, especially in the Bible.
Yeah, it's like the Messiahs normally like die of like violently of some kind of oppression, they don't die of like colon cancer. I mean,
right. I mean, that's kind of a sad way to go out if you're a, especially you would think it'd be like an explosion in space or something like that. But yeah, I mean,
shout out to Ruby. I didn't see you snick in the building, and Wesley is in the building too.
Hey, what's up, Wesley? Good to see you, bud. You got all the good guys here. All the regulars. I love the regulars.
I got lucky. All the important people are not streaming probably right now, so they come over. No, I'm just playing. I'm like,
but I kind of like this time slot, man. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm trying to make this is going to be my regular slot, roughly at this time. Well, probably until football season starts, and then probably going back to Saturday nights.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's actually pretty good. You go back to Saturday nights for the football season, and then once the season's over, you go back to Sundays.
Yeah. And then, of course, it'll be some whenever it goes back to that Saturday night. Some will switch back to the Sunday mornings because y'all know I do love my boxing. So if there's a big fight coming on, I'm going to be switching over. Or I'm probably going to be doing some fight commentary also over there with Steve and the guys.
Oh, cool. Was it like MMA or is it boxing?
Sometimes boxing, sometimes MMA.
Oh, okay.
Because,
cool.
I mean, I got a little bit of background and some stuff. I got some training. And I stepped in the ring a little bit.
Yeah, that's why, I'm often a judge at exotic dancer competitions because of my history. I used to have pasties. I don't know where they went.
Did you swing? You make them swing?
Hell yeah, man. I was just like, I'd make them swing so much, I'd take off, man, like a fucking.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's now.
Fly the friendly skies. Woo!
Pittsburgh dude said Galloway is on at this time. But yeah, I think probably a lot of Galloway's people probably don't know anything about me. So I'm lucky to not.
That's those people.
Yeah. I mean, they're like, we don't know who that dude is over there. So who cares?
Yeah, we got all the cool kids here. That's all we need.
Who were the Tartarians? Oh, that's interesting. That would deserve a whole nother time slot going into that. Well, the Tartarians is a name that's been put on ancient groups of people who had more advanced societies before. Like, if you look at so-called ancient Egypt, they had full-on plumbing when like Rome was like a backwater town, and someone sleeping with the animals. I mean, not like just sleeping, like sleeping with animals. Well, shit, some of them probably are doing it up to modern day. But
it gets lonely and cold some nights, Marcus. We don't want to judge. We don't want to kink shame.
I mean, well, I've been back watching like some older shows, and I've been watching Boston Legal again. And
I love Boston Legal.
Oh my goodness! I just watched the episode where the woman wanted to have her marriage annulled because her husband was cheating on her with the cow.
We're getting into some Cenk Uygur territory if we're talking about carnal knowledge of the animal kingdom. So
the episode was wild because he was like, she was like, yeah, I know he did it with this one, but I think that he was messing with our cow before Queenie. He would even slip up sometimes and say my name while we were intimate, and then and then say, oh no, I'm saying that you're my queen. And then he said, I called you that because I married you because you remind me of the cows. I was like, oh, and that's part of why you love her, because she reminds you of a cow. Oh, wow.
That reminds me of that Black Mirror episode where they blackmailed the prime minister or something, and you know what I'm talking about, that episode?
People are like, yeah, you need to watch Black Mirror. You can get ahead of all some of this stuff and see. I watched that first. I did not touch that show again for quite a while. No,
with the prime minister guy.
Yeah, that traumatized me.
I'm gonna spoil it for the people here if you hadn't seen it. It's it basically. Well, I mean, it's not a spoiler. They kind of tell you at the beginning, but they basically blackmailed the prime minister of England if he didn't like have sex with a pig on live on television. Yeah, something bad was gonna happen. I can't remember what the result was going to be, but Yeah, that's a rough one. That's like,
the princesses. That's what it was.
but there's some good ones. They have the ones that kind of that some of those kind of predicted what we got now. There's the one with the robot dogs, you know, with the
that
on
one
them
was
and stuff. That's
crazy,
coming. I mean, like the dogs now are not good. The robot dogs now, you could just probably like take a chain like a bolo or something and then wrap it around their legs. They'll fall over and they're, you know, what are they going to do? But you've seen these like these, what is it? The Boston Dynamic robots now that are basically moving like humans. They're not tethered to anything and they're doing like going like running upstairs and just like doing all this shit. They're going to have that with these fucking dogs. And that's going to be part of the crowd control.
They put the AI in it, and we're gonna have Sonny from what is it, that Will Smith iRobot.
Yeah, and that's going to be game over, especially if they start replacing everything with AI, right? It's like
that's what I worry about, that they're eventually going to do that, and we start dealing with a situation of an Age of Ultron. It's kind of funny. I'm talking about all this stuff, and I plan to like put together this. How film and movie and congruent all together.
Well, yeah, it's you're seeing life imitating art a lot these days.
What was his name? Philip K. Dick. He said that he was going to stop making all of these sci-fi projects because he said everything I make, these fucking idiots try to make it a reality.
Yeah, which is sad because he was a brilliant writer too. Mm-hmm. I see us going towards this dystopian society. I think we're heading for like a Blade Runner type future, or maybe Alien. You know, we're definitely Alien because it's all corporate space.
Well, it's the same corporation.
Yeah,
it's the Wayland Corporation.
Yeah, yeah, which is funny. Yeah, it's both. Yeah, Wayland's in both of them. Was Wayland Yutani was the one in the Alien, I think.
Because what happened is because it's like Wayland and Yutani, I believe, and what happened is Wayland eventually bought the other shares of the other company and just became Wayland.
Yeah, but I think that's where we're headed. I mean, I'm a big fan of exploring the stars and seeing what's out there, right? But now as I've gotten older and know how humanity is at this point in time, we don't need to be getting off this planet. We do not need to be colonizing any other place in the universe.
Well,
we need to keep our evil asses right here.
We'll be able to. I think it's kind of a ruse that they're given to pretend that they can actually do all this stuff. I don't think they can get anywhere.
Well, I mean, they're having hard times trying to land shit on the moon now in 2025, right? I think the Japan just tried landing a rover or some sort of module, and it just went tipped over.
Yeah, I think as far as we can get is probably just to the moon. I think that's about all we can do, and I think we didn't get to the moon until probably maybe max 30 years ago. Yeah, I mean, maybe in the 80s, maybe we actually got to the moon.
Well, they say we stopped going to the moon because we beat the Russians.
But I don't believe we made it to the moon in the 60s.
You don't think so?
No.
But okay, all right. I'm kind of with you in that respect. But the only thing that doesn't track is the fact that the Russians were tracking the Apollo. They were watching them land on the moon. So the Russians would have to be complicit. Well, the Soviets, I guess at the time, they would have to be complicit in the lie. So, okay, let's say they are. What's the gain for Russia though to say, oh yeah, they landed on the moon?
Part of the agreement with the Antarctica Pact.
Okay, in what way?
That they would leave Antarctica alone and let the Russians be able to mine it and all completely on their own without interference.
What they'd let so Russia said we'll play along if you let us have free reign down in Antarctica.
Mm-hmm.
Where all the Nazi bases are down there.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what people say is there. I don't know.
I've heard these things before.
But even just on the surface level, it said that that frozen tundra area all near them is full of oil and everything.
Down in Antarctica, I wouldn't be surprised. I would there's
brain to that, like, yeah, we'll let you pretend you made it, and then we'll pretend that we made it too right after.
yeah. They got rovers up there because there is proof of that. I think the Chinese got some. The Chinese are the only ones that they know how to mess with the moon. Everybody else is the Indians too. The Indians too. They sent some up there.
But one of the biggest things, like for me, because I remember I had Bart Sibrel on, and we were talking about this some time back. And one of the things which I brought up individual is looking at the pods and rovers. I'm like, do I believe that the way this thing is made, that this thing traveled as far as they say it was supposed to, as fast as they said it was supposed to, and be able to withstand, the heat and all that? I just don't buy it. It doesn't. Being an ordnance mechanic, I don't believe that this thing could functionally make it to where they said. Another thing is when they show the videos of these thrusters landing, living my first couple of years right next to a flight line and seeing a flight line, especially where you had vertical takeoffs. One thing you see with a vertical takeoff is the ground is completely scorched and melted up under.
Right.
You don't see that on any of these moon landings.
Yeah.
And I don't understand how that happens.
I know there's the thing too when the capsule goes back up to the orbital, and then the camera like tilts up. I mean, I guess that could be a remote control thing, but you still have like a delay from Earth, right? So you would have to time it out right, where you like started early with your pan your tilt to tilt up and follow the ship. But it's like real time. When it takes off, it's like, whoop, the camera just follows that way. And that's not how science works. It's not instantaneous to the moon. It's going to take a couple seconds delay at least.
Yeah, I think that it's a lot of Hollywood magic going on. And that's what I think.
Kubrick. It's Stanley Kubrick, baby.
Well, remember they had that whole that movie, they tried to mock it. That's one thing what Bart Sibrel said. Bart Sibrel interviewed a guy where his father was said to be on the base where they filmed it.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I heard. Okay. I don't mean to dig deeper into the hole where the rabbit hole we're going down, but they're saying similar things about that we didn't actually land shit on Mars either.
I definitely don't believe in Mars stuff.
A lot of the rock formations and stuff like that looks like a particular island or something. I can't remember, but it was just like, and when they send the pictures back, they send them orange tinted, because you could take. All my graphic artist buddies, if you take those pictures, those orange pictures, and put them in Photoshop, there's a thing called auto color, and you click that, and all of a sudden, shit looks like Earth.
Yeah,
the sky, the ground.
I don't buy these people, and I mean, it's kind of funny. Also, to me, NASA is one letter short of a Hebrew word. NASA is close to Nasar, which means lie, deceive. I don't know, just interesting. But one thing which always caught my attention is the map. Anytime they show any projections from the space station and all that of Earth, the globe picture that we see is of the what is it? Can't remember what it's called right now. I'm blanking on the map. The Mercator map. We see the Mercator map, when the actual real projection would be closer to the Gale Peterson map, or Gale Peters map. And I'm like, okay, so if this is supposed to be a real image, then why is it showing why are the continents in the same dimensions as the Mercator map, which we've known to be false?
Yeah, I've heard about that too.
Because Africa would be monstrous on an actual real projection globe, And you never see that on these. You're also still able to see all of the UK and Greenland and all that in pretty good sizes. And that would be not possible. They would be much smaller in size than what they're shown to be. Also, America would be smaller.
So you think they might be faking some of these images from space?
Oh, without doubt. Without doubt, I believe they're faking. In fact, they even put on some of the images that is computer imaging, but they say this is what it looks like.
Well, I know NASA fakes images. They touch them up and stuff like that, because you can see, like, you'll see cloud, like if you're showing a picture of the Earth, you'll see cloud formations. You'll see like a particular cloud formation here, and then the exact same cloud formation here, and then the exact cloud formation here. Like it was Photoshopped. Like it was copied and pasted on there.
Like, I also wonder, why can we never have any stars
on the moon?
There's no stars in outer space from what they show.
Well, that from a photography technically from a photography angle, it's because the camera that's used, the foreground brightness is always going to overwhelm the background. So like if let's say you're in your backyard outside, let's say you're in an area where you look up and there's a starry night, right? It's all nice and starry, like you're in the desert or something. And but you're in an area where there's a lot of light around you. You're not, if you have a camera, you're not going to see those stars up there. But when that light around you goes, then all of a sudden your stars are going to appear. So I've heard that argument, and I was like, okay, that one, all right, that one's kind of probably debunked there. But some of the other stuff, they definitely doctor photos. I think they doctored some of these photos and left some shit out. I think there's critters up on the moon.
Where's most of that light coming from? Is it the lights that are?
Well, it's the sun. Well, because the moon is the regolith is like this light gray, and it reflects this light so much that it's gonna because you can only get a certain amount of light in a camera because of the iris, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're not going to be able to, if you opened up the iris, you might be able to get all of the light and the stars, but
what about from the dark side of the moon? Would you still have that same issue?
No, if the sun's not hitting it, you probably wouldn't have that issue.
That's because the sun wouldn't be hitting it. So I'm wondering,
if you're, let's say, if you were on the dark side of the moon, you should be able to see stars in the sky if you were taking a picture from the moon.
Why they don't do that and just shut everybody up who make that claim?
Because they've been told not to go back to the dark side of the moon by the residents who live there.
That's possible.
I think there's critters up there. I think there's the dark side, maybe. And if they're not on the surface, they got like underground shit.
There's another thing that I always wondered. What is it? Trying to remember, what's that one called? What is it? Not the Aurora Borealis. Is that it? The one where you see it and it literally just circles the same thing.
Yeah, it's that electromagnet. Was it? It's hitting the electromagnetic shield around it, and it's like this kind of like what they call it, St. Elmo's fire. Kind of like when you got really a lot of static electricity, you might see little sparks and something like that. It's kind of like that. It's kind of residual of radiation hitting the shield around the planet.
Why does it always show the same thing, just going circular?
Wait, are you talking about the green ribbons that like flow in the air, the Aurora Borealis, like you'd see up in Canada? And
yeah.
You say they go in. Well, if up there, it's because it's going around the top of the world, right?
When they show it, it only shows the same trajectory. Why would it only be there and not be on the other, on the opposite side, all the way down at the bottom of the globe?
Don't they have auroras? They have auroras down at the South Pole, I think.
They do?
Don't they?
I've never heard of it, so I'm just asking as somebody who...
I'm going to ask science.
No better. I'm like, I don't know. Do they have one down there?
Okay, let me ask Dr. Science here. Are there auroras?
Oh, the north. Oh, he said, thanks, Cuz. He said that's the Northern Lights.
Yes, there is an aurora in the South Pole known as the Aurora Australis. So you have the aurora borealis, and then you have the aurora australis, or the southern lights. It's the same phenomenon as the aurora borealis, but occurs in the southern hemisphere around the south magnetic pole. So yeah, so it hits. It's like, so it's basically this like this is the Earth, and you get this radiation, and it just kind of goes over it, and so all your little crispies and stuff are at the north and the south. So I think that's how.
So why do we only see it on the north and the south, and we can't see it anywhere else?
I don't know. That's like some sort of physics thing, I guess, that where it concentrates at those, because that's where when you have your planet, right, and then you have the shield, I can't remember, the electromagnetic shield or whatever around the planet, and it comes out of the poles because we have an iron core in the center of the planet that generates that field, right? So it comes out of the top, and it also comes out of the bottom, and that may have something to do with like concentrated energy. I mean, I'm not a scientist, I'm just kind of guesstimating that's why that is, and around, because you don't have the energy coming out of the planet at the equator or anywhere else. It's always the north and south pole.
I think they're all lying to us, but I don't know.
I'm gonna just assume that as well. It's much easier.
I think they think they're good at BSing something, and since we don't know enough to be able to question it, we just kind of go with it because
I mean, and really, we don't know we're assuming, science is assuming that there's that at the center of the Earth. I mean, who knows what's at the center of the Earth? Maybe it's where King Kong lives down there, right? You know, the Monster Island stuff down there.
I mean, I've even heard some people go with the hollow Earth theory. I'm like, I don't know about that, but
I definitely I'm definitely not down with the flat Earth. I think that's just too silly. It was I think we were talking about this last night, or somebody, Bella Lugrisi is always in our chat, and he said if the Earth was flat, there'd be a cat just knocking shit off the edge. So
I don't believe it's flat, but I also know that it's not a globe.
Well, it's not technically round because you have. It's almost, it's not like egg shape. I don't know what that call it, where it is. It's kind of like a squashed circle because you have
described almost more like a pear kind of.
Well, yeah, because at the equator it bulges. You have a bulge at the equator, giggity. And so the Earth is not perfectly round. So when you see like globes and stuff like that, that's not correct. You gotta give a little squishy. You gotta give a little squishy.
The reason why the NASA maps and stuff are even more inaccurate, because they try to make it look like this globe.
NASA's a bunch of clowns. They forget, they lose all this. They lose all these film from the moon and all this, and then they forget how to get back to the moon because the technology's so freaking old.
I think NASA's sole plan was a weapons program. That's what I think NASA was designed for.
For against the Soviets, you think? And they just disguised it. We're going to the moon, but we're really building.
I think both of their weapons programs were nothing but programs for intercontinental missiles, ICBMs.
Oblate spheroid. That's what I was trying to think of. Well, I couldn't remember that name. Thanks, Saul. Meaning it's slightly flattened at the poles and bulged at the equator because it's spinning so fast, right? And it's also has to do with the moon pulling. Its gravity is put. You would think, well, the moon's so tiny, it's not going to do it. Yeah, well, how you think you have tides and stuff like that is from the moon. If you don't have the moon, you don't have tides, and then you probably have some pretty crazy weather too. So
yeah, it's like I think that they are lying about a whole lot. So.
I think they're lying about the moon. Do you think the moon's okay? There was this movie that came out a few years ago called Moonfall. Did you ever see that?
Yeah, I did see that.
It's one of those Roland Emmerich movies. I love Roland Emmerich is
extremely entertaining. Extremely entertaining.
He's the Irwin Allen of this generation, where it's just disaster. You know, Independence Day 2012, like a dreidel. Dreidel. I made it out of
coincidental.
Yeah. So, but anyway, the premise of the movie is that sorry, y'all ain't gonna see it. If you do, it just see it for the fun. The moon is actually a spaceship that came here millions of years ago, and the fact that the moon is not very dense at all is something that scientists were talking about too. That the density, like when they would strike it, they would intentionally fire like these projectiles into the moon for some kind of testing or whatever. And when they did that, it said that the moon rang like a bell for an hour.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, even moons don't do that. You know, so maybe there's not a hollow earth, but maybe there's a hollow moon. Dun,
Yeah,
dun, dun.
I don't know what to believe at this point. And since the people who have a lot of the power and running this stuff have spent a lot of times lying through us propaganda, I don't know how much of what they're saying I could trust.
And that's by design. They want you to be confused. So, because that's another thing: fear, ignorance, and well, I guess confusion can be thrown in with ignorance. But if you're confused enough, and you hear somebody say something that's kind of logical and makes sense, you're like, "Oh, okay, I'll follow that." And chances are it's probably not.
So I guess one other topic that we haven't talked about, because we kind of threw out the other topics. But this whole, well, I guess we sort of talked about it and didn't talk about it. This Insurrection Act in LA. And this is it's kind of interesting because this happened very close to me.
Right.
One of the major cities that's kind of like in the middle of it is Paramount. Which Paramount is actually, let me look up how close mileage wise is Paramount. It's like maybe 15 to 20 minutes away from me. But mileage wise, because I was hearing a bunch of weird stuff and I was like, well, wonder what that is the other night. So it's 7.8 miles away. So I was hearing all like, I thought it was fireworks that I was randomly hearing. And some of it probably was fireworks that they were throwing at the cops and stuff. And the one interesting thing about this whole insurrection thing and Trump sending these 2,000 National Guard to back up the ICE units is it gets extremely hard to enforce something like that because so much of the population, for instance, is your target group. Because basically, let's be honest, they're mostly looking at Hispanics first and foremost. Now, if you have an area that's predominantly Hispanic, how do you tell who is born here, who is on a green card status, who has a visa, who's undocumented? It's extremely hard to tell in a place like this. You'd have to literally like just pull over every single person.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Well, the way this administration has been going, they're just pulling people off the streets. Right, with and sending people to El Salvador that don't even need to be there. They didn't do anything because they were accused of being gang members, stuff like that. They're using all these tactics, and I think they're doing this as another fear thing. It's going to get to the point where if these fear tactics don't work, it's going to get to martial law.
That's what I think the overall goal is.
Yeah.
And I feel like they're intentionally, well, some of this is intentional and unintentional at the same time. Like somebody like Stephen Miller would really just like to, he doesn't care if they're documented or not. I think he would like to just lock up every person that he just feels doesn't look like him, being white people. And I can't remember. What's Stephen Miller's nationality?
I believe he's honky. Is that the term? Maybe cracker.
Which variety of the saltines would you say he belongs to?
Well, he's definitely not a Ritz, that's for sure, because he's not, golden brown and buttery.
Not golden brown and buttery, definitely not.
No, he's not. He is a brown piece of shit. I would say cracker that your dog ate and then shat out on the carpet. I think he's that kind of cracker. He's the dog shit cracker.
Let's see. What does it say? Let's look up this Stephen Miller.
Yeah. He looks like an accountant that can never get laid.
Yeah, I want to say that's what I thought. That's definitely.
Oh wait, he's a Z boy. Is he a Z boy? Oh, wait a minute. Perfect sense. Oh.
Because I was like, I'm trying to remember what they're called. What's those crackers I used to get during during Passover? He's that type of cracker.
Yeah, he's one of those shitty crackers that you left out unwrapped, and it gets stale and just bitter and full of hatred. Elon stole his wife from him. What?
Yeah, that's the type. He's a matzah cracker.
He's a matzah, yeah, tasteless, and yeah, tasteless,
flavorless, who just can't stand everybody around him.
Yeah, just a miserable cracker. Yeah, and matzah. He's one of those. I've had those crackers before, and I'm like, damn, I got to put some jelly or peanut butter on this shit.
They have no leaven in them.
Right? Yeah. I've had unleavened bread before, and that's just like, ooh. But you know, when in the Baptist church, they don't do all that shit. They do they do Ritz crackers and grape juice for the communal things when they do that. I thought that was funny because, you know, we can't have alcohol in the church. It's wine, dude. Jesus turned water into wine. Are you saying Jesus was an alcoholic? Get out of here.
Yeah, some people believe that like Elon's black eye came from Stephen Miller because taking his wife, you know, with him, and maybe he took her for more than just a job. I don't know. Maybe he did more things with his wife. I don't know.
Well, Elon's an interesting character in that respect. It's like he's got all the money he could ever need. So is he trying to get power? Is that what it is? Is he trying? It doesn't seem like he's trying, but he seems like he's trying to sneak in on the coattails of other people's power. But you would think the guy with the most money in the world, you know.
But that's what I think Elon's sole mission is. He wants to be the first trillionaire.
Probably.
It's
yeah.
a competition thing. I think it's only a competition thing. I don't think he really has, like, people talking about this Mars thing. I don't think he's smart enough to do any of that stuff. I don't think he really. Now, would he like to find some place that he can set up for after everything hits the fan to go hide away? Yeah. I think the whole Mars thing is just a ruse to be able to get more money out of the government.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. But I mean, yeah, because you already really have like, well, trillionaire families, what, in the Middle East, like the oil, like.
I think that's also, well, yeah, that is factual, but I think part of the propaganda is, let's show you these trillionaire families, but let's ignore these other trillionaire families who we don't talk about, who live probably in Europe and some probably in America.
And the fact that we have trillionaire families to begin with is a dire indication of where our society has come to, you know.
Because like, you can't tell me that, okay, there's trillionaire families in the Middle East, but they're still getting bitch slapped by these other countries that don't have these super powerful people.
Well, yeah, they have to buy everything. Like Elon. Elon's not smart. He was born into money. He's always had money. He didn't make any of that money, and all he did was he took that money and bought smart people and stole their ideas, claimed them as his.
Well, him and the Peter Tills and all those guys, they do all the same thing. No, it's like, if I gave you $100 million and you invested $1 million into all these different things, you could fail on 90 million of it. 90 million of it you can completely blow. But if 1 million of that hits, you could turn that 1 million into 500 million easily. Mm-hmm. And that's pretty much what it is. It's kind of like playing any kind of video game and having unlimited lives. That's what they're playing with. So when you have that kind of money, you just keep playing and playing and playing, and it makes it look like you're a great wizard because, okay, you succeeded this one time, even though you failed thousands of times. And they're not smart. They're taking their money and they're colonizing basically other people's smart ideas.
Yeah. He's not a genius. For those that may be watching this for the first time and are just like super fans of Elon, he's not a fucking genius. He's a rich, spoiled trust fund baby from diamond mines and blood diamonds in South Africa, and took that money and started buying all the shit. He bought Tesla from two guys. SpaceX, didn't he buy SpaceX from somebody else? He never started any of these companies. He bought them.
The same thing with Peter Thiel.
Yeah.
His father was a uranium miner.
Right. Yeah.
And somebody brought up who was that? Nina brought up Curtis Yarvin. Curtis Yarvin came from wealthy parents who were diplomats and stuff, all highfalutin in the whole DC circuit, and was sent to all these top schools. And that's the thing. All these guys sit up there and they're already born on third base and think they hit a home run every time. The only one that I would even give some credibility that he did create something on his own would probably be Bezos. Because even though Bezos was already a wealthy kid who went through great schools, ended up getting into the job on the stock market and making tons of money there, he invested in the whole books thing that took off. And he generated that into something from there, into what Amazon is. Now, though he runs it like a sweatshop, that's a whole nother matter. But the fact that he did come up with the idea and generate this company on his own, I give him more that he's a lot smarter than they are. But
right,
getting lucky on an investment after failing on a whole bunch of other ones.
Well, I mean, take Trump too. Trump came from money too. His father, not only being in the KKK, he was a real estate magnate in New York. And what did he say? What did he say? My dad only gave me $1 million to start my. I'm like, yeah, only $1 million? Oh, how did you survive? Were you like eating scraps? Were you $1 million?
What's $1 million in like the 70s?
Right. That's a shitload of cash. And of course he had all his dad's connections and stuff like that too. So that's how he became kind of a real estate magnate himself.
Well, I even read something about how he used to go around to all the real estate, like the big wigs, real estate's wives, and get information and tips off of the stuff that they were doing or didn't want to invest in.
Yeah. I mean, in a way that's smart. But
yeah,
you're not going to build a fortune off of that if you don't already have a significant lump sum that your daddy gave you.
Yeah, build the fortune off of pillow talk.
Yeah. Which, hey, if you're going to make money, if you're going to spill the beans, okay, sure.
But at the same time, he's no different than a George Bush in that respect, because they're giving all this stuff and they still found a way to bankrupt God knows how many companies. Like, the only thing that's really kept Trump afloat is because his was it Trump Towers and all that is the licensing name, and he allowed for all kind of unsolicited donors, like where you don't have to like name who the hell you are. So I'm pretty sure most of his companies are basically propped up with money laundered cash from the Kremlin and every other, terrorist organization around the world, and he's just a giant money launderer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, his dad was the head of the CIA at one point, so there's probably some sort of corruption ties there too. No matter who, wonder what his dad did for him.
Well, and then the Bushes, on that note, think about their ties with the Bin Laden family and the oil and stuff within the kingdom. And for those who don't know, kingdom is a nickname for the other oil parts of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Like they were very tied in with Qatar and all these other countries too.
And if you forgot, they were the only ones. The Saudi family was the only ones to leave the country or allowed to leave the country during 9/11 when all the planes were grounded. But they're free to go. Yeah, head on back.
We'll let his business partner's family out.
Yeah.
And then you go even back further. The Bush family, do you know that they tie back to like lower it would have been kind of like the equivalent of kind of like dukes back in which was it? Country was it? Was it not England? Was it England? It might have been England, but they tie back to like the lower house families. You know how like you had these royal families, but then you had all these other houses that were like dukes and earls and the little lower down the totem pole, but still prominent families. The Bushes tie into that also. Even like the Kennedys. The Kennedys ties back to the old Canade Fiones.
My question is how do you get two of your sons to become president, or your son and your grandson to become president, I should say, when you were a Nazi sympathizer? How does that work? How do you? How is that squared? How is that circle squared? I don't understand that.
Because that's where some of the misdirection is coming. That the people don't like these people. I mean, look at the royal family. The British royal family, many of them were heavy investors in the national socialists. So I mean, and many American corporations also. So I'm telling you, it's a big ruse that's going on. And I ask people, what does Holocaust mean?
No.
Do you know what it means?
I mean, I don't know the definition of it. No.
A burnt sacrifice.
Burnt sacrifice?
Now, in a sacrifice typically means you give something to get something, right?
Right. Well, if you're doing a sacrifice, that's especially like if you're into the occult, you're looking for that what is that I think it's not sex magic, but it's that magic with a K, right? It's like it's part of the goal. I don't know, but you probably know a little bit more about it. I'm not that much into the occult, but I do know that they were into the occult for that back then.
But if you if you give up something to get something, when what was given up and what was gained?
Well, I mean, it seems like if there was 6 million people killed, like if that was supposed to be the sacrifice, but I don't know.
No matter what the amount was, something was given up to gain. What was given up? What was gained?
I mean, that's the thing. I have so many questions about that time period now.
Well,
it's like I don't even know what to believe.
What I would say, what I believed is a certain group of people found it advantageous to sacrifice a certain amount of their population. For one, to get rid of some undesirables, and for two, to scare the rest into this project they've been trying to get off the ground. And to let them know that, hey, this is the only way we can get these people to realize you're not safe here. You need to get over here. Once you get over here, this will be your safe land. And this is how you get the people to buy in to this policy. And if you got people who are not believers of it and people who don't support it, those are the easy targets to get rid of. That's where the cooperation with the people you would think that you wouldn't collaborate with, and that's the reason why world governments were involved. And what was gained on the other side of it? Well, we're looking at the products of it right now, and we're looking at the expansion of a greater Israel project.
Yeah.
That's what was sacrificed. That's what was gained. That's the reason why I say when you look at back to what we started this whole conversation about, what are these people trying to get? The same thing that they've been trying to get for more than 100 years.
You know, I'd love to do a show with you sometime where we do like the history of the Z Boys, like from the very beginning.
Oh, I got an episode for you to check out. Then I don't know if you've seen it. It's a heavy lift, but I had Jeremy Roth Cusel and Greg. Oh, how come I can't remember Greg's last name? But I have to look back up. What was the name? I'm blanking on everything right now. My apologies, but I did the video. I think I still have it pinned. So that's why I'm going to my Yep, I have it pinned to my page. Yes, the antidote. That's who it was. Understanding Zionism with the antidote.
I have to check it out. It's on your page on your YouTube there.
And
Okay,
we go. I mean, they start bringing in the Brene Brown, and they start going like they go back deep.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna watch that video, and then like hopefully in the not too distant future we'll get on and we can both discuss it, because I'll probably have several questions for you about it. And yeah, I'm just, now that we know what basically one of the main cancers are
And
in this world, it's nice to get the origin story of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let's see. When did I do this video? We did this October 15th, 2023.
Oh, okay.
So, what, about a year and a half ago, year and some change?
I mean, because people need to know more about the history.
I just thought about that. That would have been about a week after October 7th.
Ooh.
So it's
interesting timing.
Well, because I've been talking about this stuff before this. Like, for some of the people who watch this program from like the beginning, or even when some of my Hebrew apologetic stuff, or when I was just doing this channel on my other page. Well, before I created the Political Matrix, and it was What I'm Thinking with Marcus Cage. If you go back to that, I've been calling out the Z Boys for quite some time. I mean, you can go back easily, probably 5.5 years or more, 6 years. I've been calling this out. And it's kind of surreal to me watching so many other people who didn't pay attention to this region and other stuff, all of it, who are now all of a sudden are like, and guys, did you know this? And did you know that? And I'm like, I've been talking about this for the longest. And they're bringing on people who know just a little bit more than to talk about it. And I never get included in these conversations.
Well, I'll get you on my show. We'll definitely talk about it, because like I said, this is something I think we need to do a deep dive on, and get this history out to people who just don't understand. They just think like the Zionists, they must have just happened like a few years ago or something. I've never heard of this. It's like, well, yeah. If you only knew.
Back to the King David Hotel, when that nation, it's not just they've just been doing this kind of horrible stuff. Then this nation is founded on terrorism. This money is founded on mob money. It's founded on. I could go so deep, but
77 years of it too. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I guess that hits the main. I guess the last thing I'll say back on the whole ICE stuff is, I'm telling you, I think all of this stuff is a distraction, and it's a provocation to try to get a form of martial law. And Trump really wants to do it on California and New York. He's pushing stuff in New York also. Mm-hmm. And the goal is, I don't like those Democrats and I don't like the Democrats or anybody who's left of center. And I want to attack and punish those areas. Yeah. Because he can easily do this in other states, and he's not deciding to go there. He ain't doing this in Florida.
No, he ain't shitting where he eats. Fuck that. Mm-hmm. That's where he lives.
Florida, you get the same.
He's not doing it in Texas. Yeah, he's definitely not doing it in Texas, mm-hmm. Right? No, you're right. It's.
I feel you, Lucy. I see Lucy's been putting in work too. I've been seeing it.
I think Lucy's more of a journalist than some of these folks in this space that claim to be journalists. Oh, yeah. I'm just going to say that because Lucy puts in the work. She does like the research and all that. And you know what? We should get Lucy involved on that.
Right back.
Okay, I'll hold down the fort, folks. If you're not watching the Political Matrix with Marcus Young Morpheus Cage, what the hell are you doing with your life? Come watch us on Sundays. And by us, I mean him. What I'd like to do, it maybe once Marcus gets back, maybe get Lucy involved on that too. I love Lucy. Da, 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 da. But definitely Lucy needs her voice heard a lot more too. He's deporting Cubans in Florida, but I thought the Cubans loved Trump. I thought they loved him down there. What is this? Where Trump is from is full of illegals. He doesn't want to shit in his own neighborhood. Yeah, it's exactly. You don't want shit where he eats. Yeah, Rick, sow chaos and sell the solution. More surveillance. Yeah. They create these problems, and then they create the solutions to the problems.
Yeah. Oh, and I thank you. I had to relieve the bladder. Sorry.
Oh, Rick says they got ICE raiding construction site. He's in Texas.
That's funny, E. Heller. That's funny.
He likes Cuban cigars. Yes, he does. Cuban sandwiches.
Oh, wait a minute. Now I noticed that bacon thing. Oh, wait a minute. I think that's okay, bacon for president. I think that's that Ed also.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and then I think I saw him in my thing. I was like, I don't know who this is, but now I know who it is. I'll make sure I follow back because, like, especially because I'm a little traumatized with Facebook of following people back because it gives me so many people to follow back that I'm like, is that the real person or not? I got like 4 of them from my mom who are requesting a friend, and I'm like, even my family members, some of them I haven't accepted their follows back or friend requests because of that.
You know, I used to be all up in Facebook when it first came out. You know, because I was a MySpace guy, and then I transferred over to and I was all up in there too. Like I was, you know, contacting family and friends and stuff like that. But then you start once we started getting into once Bush was in president. Once it started getting more political and at first it was just kind of like, hey, I haven't seen you in a while. Why, you know, contacting family and friends, and then it started becoming very political and politically charged.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I started seeing like some of my family and friends were just like, what? You believe what? What the fuck? And you just see how brainwashed they are.
It's very Republican Democrat.
Yeah, it's very split.
It's not like, even on the right, it's not like libertarians and you know, and on the left, it's not like anarchists or communists or socialists. It's very blue, red. That's it.
Yeah.
And for me, I only really, honestly, well, I kind of stream the channel on there, but as far as what I talk about or get on there, I don't talk about anything politics because most of the people who I know from Facebook, these are people like I actually like grew up with, like went to school with, a lot of family on there. So I try not to ruffle the feathers there because then you start having friends that you've known for 30, 40 years, you're falling out with them. So I'm like, I'll keep it like a crazy Thanksgiving. Let's not talk about this and this and this. And
yeah, I just do shows on there. I don't make posts or anything on there anymore. I used to be all up in there when I was stupid enough to believe Bernie Sanders was going to do anything, you know, and I was trying to, because a lot of my people were either like these shit libs or Republicans and wanted nothing to do with Bernie. And so I would try to get on there like, you know, he wants to do this. And then, you know, people calling me communist or something like that. And I just like, you know what? I'm not going to change these people's minds. Why am I even wasting my fucking time? So now I do the live show on there, and I don't even know how long I'm going to be on Facebook anymore, just doing shows. Rockfin is a total shit show now.
Yeah, I don't even see Rockfin anymore.
It's ridiculous. It's now you can't do free shows on Rockfin. You have to do premium shows.
I can't even do shows on there anymore. They want me to pay.
They want you to pay to do shows?
Yeah, they basically got rid of my account, and so
I heard people were getting their accounts taken away.
They still have my videos up, which I mean I could probably go in there some way and delete them, but yeah, I was gonna have to pay for my account to be able to get my creator status back. So
what?
Do that.
No, I mean, yeah, and now you got to get people to have a premium account, which is like what, $13-14 a month, something like for Rockfin. And then the way they treat creators, the hoops you have to go through, even if you get monetized and somehow, like if you get some tips or something. I was talking about this last night on my show. It's you got to buy Ethereum, and then you got to pay for these gas fees in order to even convert the Ray tokens into actual money. And it's just, to me, it's like a boondoggle. And
well, I told everybody who donated anything to me, yo, go and cancel that, get your money back, because I don't even know how to get the money off of there. So
it's impossible. If you don't know anything about crypto, forget. Even if you know a little bit about crypto, if you don't do it right, I was going by the directions. I bought some Ethereum. I said, okay, I should be able to do it. And it's, oh, you don't have enough Ethereum. I'm like, no, bitch, I just bought some. And I said, fuck it after that. So as of July 1st, I won't be streaming on Rotfin anymore. And I'm not going to delete my account, but it's going to be
I'm not going to delete it because I'll leave it there because, somebody wants to check it out and it can be cool.
But no more new content on there because it's just not worth it. It's really not worth it.
And then that's the only reason why I haven't I have a Rumble channel. I just don't put anything on there because I'm like, if it's the same kind of thing, I don't want to run into that same situation later. So
I will say this about Rumble though.
Be on Steve's will be probably broadcasting through AM Wake Up channel.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. The one thing I will say about Rumble, as far as like interaction, or at least viewers, I get more viewers on Rumble than I do YouTube now.
Really?
Yeah. I'll get like, I don't get that many views, maybe like 100 and something views for the morning extra. And I'll look over at YouTube, it'll say like maybe 80, 90 if I'm lucky. Right. Mm-hmm. And I've been so suppressed on YouTube. I had one guy came in the show last night in the chat, and he said that my channel was recommended to him. I said, they must do this like once a year. They find one person and say, okay, this shitbag needs you to watch his show. But that's it. You don't get anything else.
Well, that's part of why I started this whole other channel, the Political Matrix channel, because my other channel was so shadow banned. It was like I actually went in and I started looking at how my videos were being suggested, and they were putting it with stuff that had nothing to do with what I was talking about. Yeah. So if you saw my channel, it was like kind of a fluke. Like you were watching something about, I don't know, the golfing channel or gardening, and you're like, well, I guess I'm interested in that too. So let me go check it out. But it was not like news, politics, anything. I was being put in completely different categories. I had one video that I noticed. It was being suggested by a channel for, what was it? Erectile dysfunction. I'm like, what the hell does that have to do with what I'm talking about?
But this bad news you give me a soft dick, Marcus. I swear to God, I got the ED from listening to all this bad news.
I mean, they put one travel video that I put in, they put it under worst neighborhoods in America. Like, Jesus. Not what this.
I take that shit personally if I were you.
They were intentionally putting me miscategorizing my videos so that even if people ran across it, that's not what they're looking for, so they're not going to click on it.
Mm-hmm. That's wild, man. Hey, that whole algorithm is so fucked up. Which is weird. Like, I'll get some decent views when I'm live, right, on there for like the morning show or the Saturday show, but then I go back later and it's just like crickets. Just not anymore. And but for me, I like the growth. It would be great, but I kind of like it too, where it's like, yeah, I do still get some subscriptions now and then, so it's a little bit organic, where it's like kind of word of mouth kind of thing. But it like I've been seeing a little more growth on Rumble as well. But if you ever want to get a Rumble channel, I can help you set that up, no problem. It's really they've made it a lot easier than it used to be. But I know it's Peter Thiel. I know they're all shit. Google owns one. Peter Thiel owns one. I don't know who owns Rockfin. Fuck that guy. And then you got Facebook, and those pieces of shit. But as far as Rumble, to me is just kind of like not a necessary evil, but a tool that I use in spite of what else is on there. I kind of like to try and think that I'm a little bit counter to all the super right-wing shit that's on there, where I'm just doing straight news, just giving you information. I'm not trying to put a slant on it, although I will give opinions on some things, especially if it's like obvious. Like if you're like, children, of course, I'm going to comment on that and say what an evil piece of shit that is. But other than that, I just give you the straight news, and I'm hoping that counters all this he said, she said drama type shows on there, where it's just designed to rile people up and make them hate other people. And I'm not down with that at all.
Well, guess what? I mean, as I get more into it, I'm kind of, putting a toe in the water, to a sense of the Rumble side. I was always kind of like, turned off by Rumble because I always heard of the hard right, Trump loving side of it. And I was like, I don't know if some of my perspectives might just give me nothing but a bunch of hate watchers. And I'm like, do I really want to do that? I mean, I'm at the point where I got enough tough skin where I'm not going to sit there and bitch and moan and cry about it. But I'm like, do I want to foster just a whole audience full of people who are just there to gripe? Not really. I mean,
right. Yeah. Those channels, I'm just like, those serve no purpose. If you're just venting, that's one thing. But if you're just sitting there trying to get people riled up for no reason or for some particular reason, that's no good. But I will say this about Rumble as compared to everything else. I've never had anything taken down. I've never had any strikes. I've never got any warnings or anything like that. And
Can you play music over there?
What's that?
Can you play music over there?
You know what? I was thinking about doing a radio show on there at one point, right? Because I don't know how they do copyright over there, right? Because I'll say that I get copyright hits on YouTube all the time, and the same videos are on Rumble, and nothing, crickets. They never touch.
Man, you saw my videos. Like I have a copyright almost every video.
Yeah. Well,
probably do. Well, my ending credit screen, I get hit copyright on that one, but they're like, oh, it doesn't affect your video. So I'm like, oh well, cool, whatever.
Yeah, right. You just won't be monetized, but you're not monetized anyway. So it's like
exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
And I doubt I ever will get monetized. I'll probably, even if I do get to the point of monetized, I'll probably have it for like a week before I lose it.
The thing about monetization too is like you don't really see any money from a video unless you get like 1,000 views at least from it, right? And I did a Kamala Harris, her greatest flubs video kind of thing that what's his name? I can't remember. Anyway, we put it together and it got like probably like a couple thousand hits or views and stuff like that. So any monetization I get off any videos in there, that's not like a super chat or anything like that. It's all from probably that Kamala Harris video. But that's the thing. It's like you got to, in order to attract like thousands and thousands of people, if you want to make some money on YouTube, you can't without like kind of selling a piece, if not your whole soul, for some like shit that's just like he said, she said drama shit that attracts people, but it's not helping anybody. I want to help people. I want to inform them. I want to entertain them. I don't want to
Yeah. Like I was really making a push for like Medicare for all. And believe it or not, at a certain time period, like really pushing the whole Medicare for all thing could get your channel like really jacked up too, and really suppressed. And I had one video that it finally broke through the algorithm, and it's kind of a very crappy edited. It's not very good, so I'm definitely not going to suggest it. But the video got like 19,000 views. And I was only getting like 10 views per video. And after that, it gave me a thing said, this videos of this content will be blocked in this country, blocked in that country. And all of a sudden they start blocking that video in multiple countries because most of the people who are watching it were foreign subscribers. And then after that, I would just kind of hover at, because I had like one or two videos after that got a little bit more. It was like 50. Well, I might have been higher than 10, 20. I might have been around 40, 50 videos, 40, 50 views. And then it cut down to like 10, 15 for like a good year. And then it finally started kind of going up a little bit to maybe close to around 100 views until I switched over to this channel, and then it started back down to the bottom, and they've kind of creeped up. But more of mine, I think, is the inconsistency with time and not as frequent videos. Since I only do like once a week, I think it hurts me in the algorithm.
Yeah, I mean, more videos is probably better, but I'm telling you, I don't advocate for Rumble, but I think your content is needed on Rumble. I think there's so much bullshit rhetoric on there that the truth would be so refreshing. And like I said, I get okay views, relatively speaking, on Rumble, but like your content, yeah, let's hook that up like cable, brother, and we'll definitely do that.
Let's see. Oh, Lucy asked, what was the video? Let's see if I can find it. It's an old video.
Yeah, I'm always playing like videos. I every Saturday night I'll look at the thing, see how many people watch, and sure enough, it'll say copyright. Oh, God damn it.
Let's see. And it switched to oldest. Let's see, because it's one of my older videos. I guess, yeah, this video, British guess American healthcare costs.
Oh, that was when you got what, 19,000 you said?
I guess it was 11,000, sorry. This video, yeah, it had over 11,000 views.
Yeah, Lucy, you're right. Clips do drive up subscriptions, especially if they're pretty short, like maybe no more than like 2 minutes. You do a 2-minute clip because people, they got short attention spans these days. People don't want to sit there and watch 10, 20 minutes of shit.
Yeah.
Not everybody, but I mean, some people are just like, if you want to get more people, clips is probably good too, but you can't really clip your show, right? I mean, unless you could, but
it's hard to clip my show.
It's very conversational what you do. I mean, you could probably cut out like a good meat of it, like maybe like 2 or 3 minutes of it, of a particular point that you're trying to make in the video, and focus on that. But clips is hard, man. I need a clip guy.
I would have to have like some kind of editor who just goes through and be like, okay, at this point, start recording this.
We need to find somebody who's dumb enough to work for free and clip some videos for us so we can get our clips.
Or I would have to like have message discipline and be like, okay, I'm going to talk about this from this amount of time to this amount of time, then this from this amount of time to this amount of time. Or it be a show where I'm only talking about one thing, where I could take certain segments from there.
Right. If you were doing like smaller segment, because like with yours, you usually have what, 4 topics, if not more, that like the and more that you throw in.
Oh, well, yeah. DM me, Lucy.
Saul said he got a strike on Facebook and TikTok from a track he made. His own shit got struck.
That's messed up.
That's where we're going, man.
I got hit with a copyright strike, and I had the artist on the show with me agreeing to it being perfectly okay. He didn't file the strike from his channel.
Yeah.
And shout out to Tones, by the way.
It's if you're trying, anybody that's trying to start a channel on YouTube in particular, I would say if you're trying to make money, do something fun. Don't do anything political. Well, if you're trying to change people's minds and you're trying to get information out there, don't expect to be very successful. You shouldn't expect that, at least for the first year or so, as you're building your shit, right? But if you've got a good hook on something, like I like to diversify. I do news during the week and entertainment stuff on the weekends because I like to mix it up. But and I tend to get a little more views on the weekends from that than I do from the news stuff, because I think people are depressed and don't want to hear bad news. And I'm like, I don't blame you. I don't blame you one bit.
Yeah. She said that Chamonique says I have 2,060 subs. Yeah, I probably will have that in another 20 years. It probably would take that long as because like, and I'll get 2 or 3, then lose 2 or 3, then get 2 or 3. And I don't know if I'm part of me, I wonder, am I saying something that ticks somebody off, or is it just unsubscribing people? I mean, it could be a mix of both.
It happens to me too. I'll notice like 2 or 3 people will subscribe. I'm like, oh yeah, it's great. And then a little while later, like 2 people don't subscribe or unsubscribe. I mean, and I'm like, I've been stuck in the mid 570 something for at least a good year, if not more.
I did that too when I was around that point. I stayed stuck there, and then we grew, and then stayed stuck again, then grew, then stuck again. Like right now, where we've been now, I've went up and down probably 2 or 3 for the past probably 6 months.
Yeah. You know, we're not doing enough spicy shit, man. We got to do that spicy shit. We got to do a lot of this he said, she said, the drama shit that the kids want, man. That's how it works, right? I don't like working like that. I'd rather do what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You know,
because I would rather do it the way I'm doing it, because if it does take off, then the core audience is people who legitimately care about what's going on, and I don't have audience capture.
Exactly.
I'd rather have an audience which I can give the information and they listen to it, good, bad, ugly, and they respect it. Even, and I like the one thing about my audience is even when they don't agree with me, they know that I'm coming from a genuine place and I'm not trying to deceive them. And I think the fact that I'm not trying to deceive them, I think it goes a long way. And I respect their disagreements with me, and we all just try to have this conversation, because nobody's going to be entirely 100% with each other. We're not going to all be on the same page with everything. Like, for instance, spirituality wise, Teal is into like hoodoo and voodoo. I don't touch that stuff. It contradicts my faith.
She's into voodoo.
Yeah, she calls herself the voodoo queen, voodoo priestess and stuff.
Yeah, but I thought that was just a thing. I didn't think she actually did voodoo.
No.
That's awful. That's awful.
Basically, yeah, she's into that. So that would be in line with like almost like Wiccans.
I have Wiccans.
My faith.
The unwashed. You know, I have to tell you this quick story. A long time ago, when I was down in New Orleans with some friends, and we went into this voodoo shop down there, right? And I was young and stupid. I was pretty hammered, and I'm just like, I wasn't being like being mean or anything. I was just being very loud, because one thing about me, when I'm drunk, I'm still the same person, but the decibels go up. Mm-hmm. So anyway, I'm in there and I'm like, holy shit, look at these alligator heads. This is wild, man. I bet I could do some spells. And this lady comes up to me. She goes, you're gonna have to leave, boy. You're too loud. And I'm like, oh, don't put a voodoo curse on me. And then she said, I don't put a curse on you, boy, if you leave now. I'm like, I'm get the fuck out of here now.
You better listen to mama, you know.
That's right. I listen. Old black ladies, I listen to everything because they are the wisest people on the planet. I'm like, nope, that's it. That's a wrap. I'm out. Yeah, and I think she cursed me anyway, because things haven't gone well since then. So.
Like this is funny what Soul says right here. He said,
yeah.
It's like I saw a meme Atra sent me. It was like a guy, he's kind of singing a Cher song, like crying, and it's like OnlyFans models out here making millions, showing they butthole, and here I am struggling at work all week.
Well, maybe that's the future. Maybe instead of doing this kind of work, maybe we should get on OnlyFans and show people our buttholes. Hey, if it pays the rent, you know, if they want to see it, you know, who am I to judge, right?
I know what that's like. If you see my early commentary, you'd be surprised. You would be surprised. It was literally like covering primaries, like literally like.
Well, Lucy is a real truth teller too. Yeah, and there's been a few cats in this space that it kind of bucked the norms, didn't do like the usual he said, she said drama shit. Kyle Kalinski's fighting with TYT. Who gives a fuck? How is that going to make prices go down? How's that going to get us a general strike? How's that going to make things, how are we going to change the system when you're just sitting there just, this drama, nom, 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 nom. I need this drama.
Like,
No.
in fact, I was like, I wonder if I could stand even watching any of this, but like show you guys like a preview of like what my old stuff was like for those who never saw any of my old stuff. I don't know. Are you ready for a cringe fest?
Always.
I think I can end it with this and make a little fun of myself, because for those who've never seen any of my older stuff, this is, let's see, what video should I share? Okay. I'm not showing this one. This one bothers me too much. It's too cringy. Too cringy. Oh gosh, yes, let's hurt myself. Let's suffer through why I support Bernie Sanders 2020. Yes, I told you. Let's make fun of me for a moment.
Oh, we were all there, brother. A lot of us were.
Yes, this is. Let's see if it wants to. Okay.
I'm back with another video. I'm Marcus Cage, host of What I've Been Thinking with Marcus Cage. And I decided I want to do my Bernie Sanders video, why I support Bernie Sanders. It goes back to probably about, I want to say 1996 was about the first time I really heard about Bernie Sanders, and it was one of his floor speeches. Bernie was talking about income inequality, like he always is doing. And I was thinking, who is this crazy guy with the white hair who is going after them? I'm not used to seeing a politician who is calling out other politicians. And in this speech in particular, I believe he was going after a colleague for using the slur homo or something like that. But he was pretty persistent on, that's disrespectful and you're not going to use that language around me. And I was just so impressed.
Okay, that's enough of that. I can't stand anymore. That's enough of that. Yeah, that's enough of that. But see, I told you it was like me talking about being a Bernie Sanders supporter, and that's like 5.5 going on 6 years ago, that video.
And you evolved since then too. See, and that's the thing. People don't evolve. There's still people out there who think Bernie's going to save us. And I'm like, no.
And it's funny. I've seen other content creators who've come along, and I saw when I was, and it's like, I remember when I was you. Now, I evolved. Are you going to evolve?
Some evolve quicker than others. Some it takes a while, but you either evolve or die, kind of. It's that kind of thing, Not physically die, but it's more of like metaphorical death. But
you brought up Rumble. I forgot. I gotta plug something because we're getting close to the end of the show. I gotta plug something. Marcus, two dissidents are grifters. I mean, I can't make that claim. I don't know. I just know there's some stuff I agree with them on. There's some stuff I disagree. I think sometimes they put out good stuff that I agree with, but I don't know them personally enough to make claims like that. I know I don't agree with them on some of their claims as far as DEI and stuff, some race issues, but I don't know. I think I'm not going to agree with everybody on anything. I can go through every one of these other channels that I consider colleagues and point out where I have my disagreements with them on. And so I guess I'll leave it there. But I was going to say that Rumble, since we brought it up, so I won't forget, I will be on tomorrow with 3 eyes and 3 ears.
You already have 4 eyes. Sorry. I shouldn't have said that. That's good. That's awesome. It's great being on other people's channels. I like being on your channel. This is nice.
I'm working on something also. To probably have the Nature Boy on sometime soon. So, and going on his channel. I'm trying to work on doing more collaborations. So, I want to do a lot more of that. I enjoy collaboration because that's when you actually get to hear. You have different people asking different questions, and you draw out different responses, and you learn more about different subjects and more about the different shows that you watch, the hosts, and you learn more of their different perspectives, which you won't necessarily hear unless somebody is asking the question to make them think in another direction.
Yeah. I think otherwise, if you're just doing your stuff on your own, a lot of times a lot of times I think I might be in an echo chamber if I'm not with somebody else talking about it. Like I'm just talking to hear myself talk, and I don't feel like that, but sometimes I kind of get that itch in the back of my brain where it's just like, you probably should get with other people. Like Lucy, I love doing shows with Lucy. She's very informative. I love doing shows with you. Of course, you're very informative too. I don't like doing shows with people that do a lot of drama shit. But like Willie Bragg, he does good work too. You know, Willie talks about, you know, I love Willie. He's cool. And sometimes he talks about stuff that I'm not interested in, but I support Willie because he comes from a good place, right? You come from a good place, and Lucy comes from a good place. You're not grifters. You're not trying to pull the wool over people's eyes, you know? And I really do appreciate that too, because sometimes I feel like, you know, there's not enough of us doing that kind of stuff in this space. So, you know, more power to you, my brother.
I appreciate it. I mean, and that's why, like, there's sometimes where I might even have some stuff going on, and I've been told by the boss I've allotted too much of my YouTube time. So I'll be like, well, let me put Warren on, turn the volume down, give him the view, and then go back and watch it later. That way you can get the live view, and it helps with the algorithm. Give him the thumbs up in there.
Every little bit helps, man. Every little bit helps. And everything's appreciated.
Sometimes I'm watching and I just can't comment because I might be at work and having the earpiece. So I might be live for a second, then pause it, and then 2 hours later get back into, you know, letting the video play. So
that's cool. I mean, if you can't be there live and participate, you know, I go back and read the comments all the time too. You know, I don't get very many comments post live, but when I do, I go back and I look at them and, you know, try and see what some people don't agree. Some people agree. And it's like, cool.
I tell people I'm listening to more stuff than people realize. I'm just not always commenting live.
Right. I'll do that too. Sometimes they call that lurking. I think the kids call that lurking.
Well, I unfortunately am probably a big time lurker on a lot of channels.
I'm a lurker too. I mean, what I'll do sometimes if I'm working on something, like you said, I'll put something on if it's a friend of mine, like Black Bear News with Kevin over there. I'll put his show on, and if I can't pay attention to it, I'll at least have it on mute so he'll at least get the view for it. You know, and I do that with your show too. If I can't, like when you're on Saturday nights, a lot of times I would watch your show up until I was ready to do my show, and then I'd just have your show on mute in the background while I was doing my own show. Yeah. So I was like, you know, I think that's how you should do it.
I do the same with yours until I hop off and I can watch.
Yeah, and you know, every little bit helps if you're trying to help a content creator you like and that you trust, and that's sincere. I think sincerity in content creation is very important because so many people have been lied to, and the trust factor is so sketchy and shaky these days that, you know, you don't know who to trust, right? And that's why I always tell people, like, even when you're listening to my shows, if I'm reading off these news articles for you, use your critical thinking. Don't just, you know, I try to use other sources and whatnot, but I always tell people, okay, I'm just a source of information, right? Use your critical skills and find others like me who are trying to inform you, and use those critical skills, thinking skills, and try and stay away from the stuff that's trying to make your brain numb and distract you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I did something real quick. I was like, I'm just going to take that away because I'm going to change the thumbnail afterwards because that way they can know, come over and check out our buddy and our brother Warren. Yeah, I think, and make sure if you're not subscribed over there, make sure you subscribe. And many of these other great content creators who are out here, make sure you give them a like, share, follow, all that stuff. But on that note, it is time to shut down the show. I appreciate it again hopping in. This was fun. We definitely need to do this more frequently.
This is a short show compared to what we're used to.
I mean, y'all know I could go much longer.
Can I say before we get out of here that
Lucy did the marathon of all marathons.
Oh, she does. Yeah, she does. Like her streams are like the John Holmes of live streams. They go long, but it's chock full. It's always chock full information.
I was on when she did what was it, like a 24-hour stream, I think she did.
Really?
Yeah. It was it had different segments, and I was on for the student loans portion. That was the first time I was on Lucy's channel, I think. First or second. No, I might have been on. No. Yeah, I was on once before that. I don't remember. I know it was one of the early times that I was on her channel.
I just want to say before we go, if you want to subscribe to my channel, I know some of the people in the chat have already, or some of my regulars. We have a lot of cross breeding with our peeps because we're all kind of like in the same mindset, I think. But I'm at if you're not familiar with my work, I'm Extra EXTRA BULLA on the YouTubes. I'm also on Rumble, on Rockfin for now, and Facebook too. But and I do a show called Morning Extra on Tuesdays and Fridays. I won't be able to do it this Tuesday, but it's a new show where I aggregate news stories from different sources. Some of them is mainstream media. I try to stay away from those. So the majority of them are independent news sites that I try to use. And then on Saturday nights, I do a show called The Secret Show, which is just fun to hang out with the gang. We talk about some naughty stuff because it's the middle of the night. You want to talk about the naughty stuff, and it's fun. We try to interact with the chat as much as possible because I don't think of them as chat. I think of them as like a family community kind of situation where we're all partaking in the show. We're all creating in the show by them giving me information in the chat and commenting on the stories and stuff. And it's really nice. And I like to think it's very wholesome in the fact that there are people who don't want to watch the drama shit that really want to be informed about what's going on in the world. I'm trying to help them with that. So I appreciate you, Marcus. Thank you so much.
I want to see you bring back Mundus Ultra.
I'm thinking I might retool the subject, the format to make it more of a conversational thing where I have guests on and we talk about certain topics.
Maybe a little, but I liked it because some of that stuff is like, I don't know about that. I mean, or I haven't really delved into that. And so,
well, that's high praise coming from you because you're like, you got your finger in all those pies when it comes to that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I'm definitely thinking about trying to bring it back. I just don't know when. And then I have another collaboration that's in the works with my buddy Lainey Peterson.
I need to have Lainey back on. I do also enjoy talking to her, man.
Yeah, she's fun. She's like I said, smart as a whip.
Yeah,
and just that's the thing. You don't need brainiacs around you, but you need people who are smart enough to pay attention to shit.
And especially people who come from different walks of life. I mean, because I remember talking to Lainey about some of her background and like growing up in Chicago and her going to seminary school and all those different things, and it's interesting.
Yeah, she's a preacher. If you didn't know that, she's a preacher.
It's something that she talked about, and I still kick myself. I've never gotten this together, but I think now is probably couldn't be a better time to figure this out. I just got to get more people involved, and this is where I've struggled to find. She wanted to do something kind of like people of different faith all coming together and talking about some of the issues right now. And You know, Lainey comes from her different faith, I come from mine, and I would like to try to get some of these other people together. Charmonique says, I want you to collaborate with Sabby, Marcus. More with Sabby. I have, but yeah, I can reach out to her and see if she's free to come through. I definitely can do that. So yeah, I will reach out to her. Yeah, anybody else that you guys think that you'd like to see me collaborate with, you know, let me know and I can start reaching out to them and seeing.
There's this guy I know. He's kind of I don't know. He's kind of opinionated. His name is Ben Shapiro.
Now that's somebody you'll never see. That's now, and it would have to be a debate.
Oh, not an argument. You don't want to just yell and scream at somebody, Marcus. What the hell's wrong with you? Don't you want those clicks? Click, 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 click.
No, and it would have to be a debate with somebody who is like, no, Ben, stop, Marcus, stop. And they're very strict on, okay, you have your amount of time, you have your time, you have the cross section, you can cross, and then you guys have a free exchange. It would have to be very segmented. I am not getting on there for just a screaming match and not
don't want any part of that myself. No, there's too much. There's too much of that shit, and that's what's wrong. There's no actual dialogue, meaningful dialogue going on. It's just people watching these hate fests and joining in with them, and then they start thinking like these idiots that are yelling at each other on the thing, and it's just like that. What must be to do? I just yell over somebody. That'll get my point across. No,
yeah,
that's never going to happen. That's ridiculous.
Like when you guys mentioned like Sabby, I'll admit like part of it is somewhat. I know Sabby's super busy, so I'll be like, she's busy. I'm not gonna bother her. But I'm pretty sure if I reached out to Sabby, she'd be cool with setting up something. So it's just a matter of, okay, yeah, you know they're busy, but quit the whole humble shy. Oh well, I know they're doing something. Just go ask people, Marcus, and I'll start asking, and then you'll probably see more collaborations. So that is the goal. I've added a bunch more people to my little group DM stuff, and I'm actually even going to just start leaving a link in probably once a month at least for anybody who's free. And so you guys might see a portion where you just start seeing all kind of different guest hosts come in, and we'll see what happens from there.
Yeah, it's all part of the growth process. You know, you get new people in and, you know, talk. That's the thing. It's like, I like collaborating with people, but I wouldn't want to just collaborate with the same people over and over and over again. It's just, it's nice to get fresh voices into the, into the mix, because we need that. You always need a fresh injection of perspective when it comes to what's going on in the world, because there's stuff you may not know about that this person might actually have some insight about, you know, and you're not going to know till you actually have a conversation about it. So,
well, and then some of these people, like I hear comments in here, some of the people, I like them as people, and so when I have a feeling about a person, like, okay, I value this person, they're cool to chit chat with and have some good times. And I don't necessarily like some of the takes that they may or may not be taking at a time. It can get complex how you feel on a certain thing. Like, I like Pasta. I like Pasta as a guy. He's a cool guy. But there's sometimes where I feel conflicted about some of the things he says. And I don't think it's because he's coming from a bad place. And Fiorella, it's just, Fia has been so, I get it in my head. She's busy, and so I don't try to even interact or engage like that. And I'm pretty sure, like, if you reached out, she'd be like, sure. I mean, if you never asked, so of course I did. So some of that I put off on me, that I don't interact with some of these people as much, and I put it as if, oh, well, it's not that they wouldn't want to do a show with me or whatever. It's some of it has to be me being proactive because they got lives and they're busy too.
No. That's how it works. If you don't ask, they can't tell you anything. So, you know, that's, you know, I do that too. I I had a few years ago, I had Rick Overton on my show, this comedian, old comedian guy.
Mhm.
And we for some reason, we were following each other on Twitter. And I said, man, I like Rick Overton. I like his movies. You know, I want to have a show where I can talk to him about his movies and comedy and stuff like that, because he did stand up too. And I said, well, I'll just DM him and see if he wants to be on the show. I DM'd him and I said, hey, my name is Warren. I got this show nobody watches. If you want to come on and be a guest, I think it would be great. And he was like, yeah, okay. And he came on and we had a great time. And you know, but that was the thing. It's just, you can't wait on people. You just gotta go. You gotta be proactive and do it yourself. And I'm the same way. A lot of times I don't want to reach out. If I want to collaborate, but it's just like sometimes it's a pain in the ass to get people on because of the timing, and you know, if they're busy, that you know, like you're talking about. So sometimes it's a crapshoot, but sometimes you can luck out and the stars align and you can get them on.
That's like it was with the Bart Sipperl thing. I didn't think I would get that interview, and I was like, oh, okay, all right, cool. It's funny they talk about Pasta went the Kennedy route, then pretended he didn't. So did Jimmy, Kim, and Kim Iverson. Out of all those people you mentioned, there's one person in there which I deeply have issues with. Kim Iverson. That's one of the content creators which I used to enjoy and value opinion that I cannot stand the most, because she has, like, if you pay attention to it, she has a very anti-Black sentiment that goes through her content. And I don't like her for that reason. She's very, very bad on race issues. And she often likes to get that one token Black on her channel to back up her kind of racist kind of, you know, viewpoint on Black issues. And so I don't like Kim Iverson at all for that, you know.
Yeah, and I you know, those bigger channels like that, I tend to stay away from. Not because I dislike them or anything, but it's just not my bag. I'm not trying to get like 100,000 or 1 million people to watch my shit, because in order to get that many people, the truth ain't selling to that many people. So you kind of have to like be fudging some of this stuff and make it sound spicy enough for people to watch. And I'm not down with that. I'd rather my shit be vanilla and boring, but truthful. You know what I mean?
I also, and I can throw my issue with Jimmy on this too. I feel like as far as big a platforms as he has, he does a really bad job at trying to get, you know, more Black content creators on his show and giving them a chance. And I'm not saying he has to do that, but if you don't do that, that says something to me also.
Well, I mean, it seems like you're limiting your outreach to people. When you don't want to collaborate. I'm not saying don't want to, but when you don't collaborate with various types of people, right? It doesn't have to be a DEI situation. Just get people on who are knowledgeable.
I think
that would be great.
The whole time I've known Jimmy, I can name probably 4 Black people he's had on his show.
Oh, what's his name? The union guy out of New York, the Amazon guy. What was his name? They did the strike down there. God, what was his name? Oh fuck, I can't remember the guy's name. But he was on there. He's like some big Amazon strike guy out of New York. Somebody in the chat probably knows. But yeah, he's Black. That's his one Black friend. As the
Chris Smalls, that's what it is.
Chris Smalls, yeah. Thanks, Saul.
But he's, I mean, kudos for Nick that he puts Nick on there occasionally. I don't know. I haven't watched the channel in a while, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute since I've watched it too. You know what, I'll tell you, I think once the Bernie implosion happened in 2020, that's when that was, I think, as bad as we think Bernie is now, at least back then, he was kind of the nucleus that everybody kind of rotated around. Even if people didn't quite agree with each other on a lot of other things, at least they were kind of focused on, yeah, we need to get Bernie elected. We need to get this, you know, these policies for people enacted. And, you know, because we didn't know any better back then, or at least I didn't. And you know, and since then though, it just seems like it's just kind of the whole scene is just kind of like dissipated. You know,
And,
everybody's doing their own thing.
and more my issue about the whole black content creator thing. It's not about DEI. It's because how do you get the actual viewpoint of the black community if you never have any people from the black community on there to talk about any damn thing? And that's my issue, especially when you'll be talking about black issues, but you don't have black people on there. It's just like one thing I've always wanted to do is I wanted to have segments of different groups. You know, I would love to have Thomas on here to talk some Native issues and various other people from the Native community. I love to have various people from different aspects of the Latino community. I don't want to just go Mexican. I don't want to just go Cubans. I want to have all these different spectrums. I like to have people from the UK. I'd like to have a wide variety of viewpoints to make sure I'm not in a bubble, you know, and I don't feel some of these other content creators think like that. And for me, that's a little problematic.
Well, I think the space is still evolving too. I mean, you have to think a while back, you know, you had like a lot of like your Majority Report, your TYT, your Kyle Kalinski's, how kind of popular they were back then, but then they kind of devolved into this like corporate type shit where it just like nobody really started paying attention to them unless you were like a shit lib or something.
With Bernie showing his hand, they didn't make that turn. They didn't evolve. They kind of did we'll just double down into the Democratic Party, and
they doubled down.
Just vote blue no matter who, even though they act like that they were against it. And I think they lost a lot of their credibility.
I like Dingo's suggestion in the chat where he says a white segment could be called Cracker's Corner. Marcus, you can't call me Cracker, but you can call me Cracka. That's fine, but you can't do the hard R. Otherwise, you're a reverse racist.
Like a friend of mine, he came up with like different categories of crackers for different types of white people. It was hilarious.
You know what? I should know that.
Like, are you a Ritz cracker? Are you the original just saltine? You know, the white ones you get with what you have with your soup a lot of times.
Some people are just oyster crackers. They're small, tasteless,
crackers. Yeah,
and only good unless they're with somebody else.
What was the other one? Ritz crackers?
Ritz, you got the.
He was like a whole segment of all the different types of crackers. It's hilarious.
Yeah, there's and then you got the fancy crackers too. I'm not a fancy cracker. I'm just your garden variety blue collar cracker.
And Trump is a Cheez-It cracker.
Well, you could say he's a Ritz because he's the same color as a Ritz. So I don't know, but he's not buttery. Nobody's buttery.
Lucy says she's bruschetta.
She's bruschetta.
Hey, that was one of my favorite things to eat in Italy. One of my favorites.
Man, I'm really jealous of you for being. I know at least the military provided you with some exposure to people around the world, and that's a really good thing.
Oh yeah, I even love the experience of the people who eloquently told us, you know, Americans, I hope you all go fucking die of cancer.
You're like, yep, that sounds about right. You know, I grew up in the South, and you really only had like white and black people from where I was from. Very few Asians, if they were from Vietnam because they came to the Gulf Coast for the fishing, right? Because it's the Gulf down there before BP poisoned it, of course. But you know, when I moved out of the South, I moved to big places. I moved to LA, then I moved to New York. Now I'm in Chicago. And I'm so glad for that experience because I've met so many different kinds of people who have changed my views and perspectives on things that I was just stereotypically assuming was correct. And they would say, no, that's not correct. This is how it is. I like anything about Mexicans. I would ask my Mexican friend, you know, or my Peruvian friend if I wanted information about Peru or anything like that, you know, and they tell me about the culture, the food, and it was just like, wow, why can't This country used to be a melting pot. You come to America and start, the story is anyway, you're supposed to come to America and start a new life, make yourself a big success. And now they don't even want you to fucking come to this country.
Yeah. Which is weird for me living in LA, a big city, because I used to like have such a middle fingers up to LA and New York, because I feel like the Midwest, because it popped up because Lucy was like, I like how there's Midwestern marks. You feel very disrespected, especially by New Yorkers, because they treat the Midwest like flyover country, like it's irrelevant, unimportant. And I'm like, being somebody who's from the Midwest and been so many different places, one thing I've learned is every place has something unique and special about it that no other place has. And I don't care how great you think New York and all these other places are, they don't have something that's in this place that you can only find once you get there. And in all honesty, I'm glad some of it is kind of a secret to some of those snobs, and rather than not go in there and mess up the good things that we do have there.
Yeah, and you're not going to get good Kansas City barbecue in New York. That's for sure. That is for you. Got to go to Kansas City.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know some of the people you're talking about, like people that have like never left New York, right? Or maybe have flown to other countries, but they don't know the rest of
they did like a road trip. It's because, okay, you hit I-70, you flew straight through Kansas City, and then now you're just driving across plains, and you think that's all the state is, but you didn't stop in Kansas City to see what the hell was going on there. You didn't stop in Chicago to really see what was going on there, or St. Louis, or Minneapolis, or Indianapolis. You didn't go into any of these places, so you don't really know shit about them.
I tell you when I was in news, I was in helping a sports guy during the NCAA tournament. So we were in Kansas City covering Ole Miss, I think, because we were from Mississippi. And one of the things I noticed about Kansas City, and I've told you this already, but I'll tell your audience, that downtown smells like coffee. You could be driving downtown Kansas City with the windows up, and you're like, I smell coffee. And you're just like, your brain that loves coffee is like, it's like the cartoon when you see the little smoke whiff, and they're like floating along with it, and I was like, oh, that's some good coffee.
You know why?
Why is it?
Because the Maxwell House plant that's right there.
I never knew that.
Yeah.
After almost 30 years, the mystery is like, why does Kansas City smell like coffee?
Yeah, there's a giant Maxwell House plant that's right downtown. That's what everybody's smelling.
Now I can sleep at night. That's keeping me up for years. But when you're on the interstate flying through Kansas City, you don't know that.
Yeah,
because you're just passing through. Like it's almost like flyover is basically what the interstate is going through there.
Oh yeah, and you fly through it quick.
Yeah. Well, when me and my buddy moved to LA from Mississippi, we took the southern route. We went through like southern Texas, like San Antonio, and went up driving and stopping in different places, right? Like we stopped in New Mexico and saw Billy the Kid's grave. We stopped in Roswell, New Mexico, and went to the UFO museum. We stopped at the Hoover Dam as we were going. You got to stop and you got to see people and you got to see the place and you got to bring it in for yourself. You can't just fly by and assume that you know what's there just because some dumbass on YouTube said those people are assholes or whatever. Experience it for yourself. Find out for yourself.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Let's see. I think I was thinking about bringing it up, but no, we don't need to do that. But y'all can do your own research. Y'all can look it up. Oh, that's another thing I can tell you about. Do you know, like, a lot of the old movies that Hollywood keeps, they're stored in the Kansas City area?
Really? Like the Masters, the film Masters?
Yep.
Keep it in Kansas City.
The reason why is they have, what's it called? The Subtropolis, which is like these caves, massive caves that you go into. And they store it in there because it's perfectly climate controlled. Right.
It's probably very dry in those caves.
Yeah, they're old salt mines.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, that's they used to preserve meat in salt. Probably still do some places.
They
That's
preserve the
crazy.
cars there too. There's tons, like a lot of the car dealerships rent area in there and store all their excess stock in there.
I've heard, I think I've heard about that place now that you mention that.
Massive.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, and it shields from radiation too, because you're in a cave. You're basically like inside a mountain or something. So that should
Let me tell you how big it is. Because I remember, I want to make sure I quote it correctly. It says it's over 1,100 acres, over 6 million square feet of usable space, potentially expandable to 55 million. That's what I'm saying. It's massive, and it says it was created abandoned limestone and offers unique energy efficient space for businesses. Subtropolis is known for its various tenants, including U.S. Postal Service, Hollywood Film Archive, and companies like Ground Effects.
Well, you got caves in Kansas City?
Oh yeah.
I thought Kansas City was flat.
Kansas is flat, not Kansas City.
Okay. Because it's kind of like on the very, 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 very edge of the Rockies, isn't it? Kind of.
Well, no, Rockies. For Kansas, then it gets flat, and then Kansas City is all the way on the eastern part of the state, and so once you hit there, because once you get into Missouri, you hit the middle of Missouri, you have mountains again over there.
Huh. Well, yeah, I know. I've been through Missouri, like on the southern. Going through southern, when you there's a lot of big hill, and you could see like the interstates are carved through like bedrock, I think, or whatever that is, granite or whatever that. But you see like stone walls on the side; they're not built. It's just like the road was carved through them. Like you're going around. What is that place? Some lake place. I can't remember. It's anyway, but it had those. It has those there. It was like very hilly as you were going through there. I think that was on the way to St. Louis.
Here's what they look like.
That's crazy.
Yeah. It's massive. And so, you can just drive right into it.
Wow. I could store all my $6 million man action figures down there.
And it's crazy. You could just be driving and then, come around the corner there and it's like Subtropolis right there. And it's like, oh, shit. There it is. It's open to visit. It's open for the public to visit too. I
bet you get lost in there, huh?
Oh yeah, you can get lost in there because as you go in, it just goes down and down and down. It's like gradually going down, and then it branches off into all these different areas.
Oof, yeah, I would totally get lost in there. They were like, "What happened to Warren? He went to Kansas City and was never heard from again. I guess maybe he got all that coffee downtown and." He just decided to stay there.
I mean, it's a bunch of different things about there, like that you just wouldn't know unless you go there.
I had no idea Maxwell House was there. That's pretty cool. And we used to drink Maxwell House. My dad, we were good to the last drop, man. We had the cans, and then we'd empty the coffee cans and use it, put bacon grease in there.
Hallmark is from Kansas City.
Hallmark too.
Hallmark, Pizza Hut. White Castle is from Wichita, but there's a lot of stuff that's from Kansas City that you never know.
I just thought it was barbecue. I didn't know any better. See, that's why I come on these shows, so I could get my learn on.
Yeah, even I don't know if they still have it there, but the Sprint campus is in Olathe, which is the outskirts of Kansas City. It's like the suburbs. So there's all kind of stuff there that you wouldn't even just have a clue there. And you talked about going to cover the NAACP tournament.
The NCAA. We covered the NAACP tournament, but the crackers weren't allowed.
But they would have the tournament there every single year down at Kemper Arena downtown.
Yep, that's where we were.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? When we were leaving, the last day we were there, I guess they had some sort of Star Trek convention there or something. Because as we're leaving the area there, we go around this corner and there's a bunch of Klingons walking down the street. I'm like, that's where Klingon. This is Kronos, huh? This is the Klingon homeworld. Is Kansas City.
I mean, it's a lot of stuff that you just wouldn't know. Like for instance, when we were last there, me and Liz, we went to the Nelson Atkins, and the Nelson Atkins Museum. It's a free museum to go to. There's giant shuttlecocks, and so like it sits in the middle, shuttlecocks on each side, as if like the museum is the center line. It's like the net.
Oh, clever!
This
Very
museum
clever.
is massive to walk through. So I'm doing the video. Well, I put it on my Facebook, a bunch of the pictures that I took while I was there. But you also have the World War I National Museum that's there. You also have the Negro League Baseball Museum that's there, and
cool.
the Kansas City Jazz Museum that's there.
Nice.
So there's all kind of stuff that you just wouldn't realize it's there.
Good music there too.
Mm-hmm.
Very good music.
Yeah, my grandfather was telling me about seeing Charlie Parker play jazz live out on the streets.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The Midwest, like I was talking, the Chicago Blues Festival's going on right now. And I was talking about, like, you know, when you talk about music towns, right? You got, you know, you have the Delta, you have Memphis and Kansas City, and of course Chicago, and that's all just kind of like in the same part of the country there, because of the people from Mississippi and the South there hop on the train and head north to Chicago to get work, or to, you know, get away from the oppression of the South. And along the way, they would either, if they didn't make it to Chicago, they'd stop in Kansas City and settle there, or St. Louis is another good music town too. You know, and it's just that history of the Mississippi, Chicago, Midwest connection like that with music is just, it's so amazing.
And then the mob connection too, but that's a whole other thing. But we'll save this for the next time that we talk. But,
we did it, Marcus. We did another 5 hours, baby.
Damn near, yeah. And we ended before the 5 hours.
We're gonna round up. Fuck it, it's 5 hours.
But yeah, we're gonna end it on that note. Thank you again for coming through, and you guys,
appreciate you.
Live on 3 Eyes 3 Ears channel tomorrow. That'd be what? Shoot, I don't know. You guys do the math. I think it's like 6 o'clock for me or something. I don't remember. 8 o'clock his time, 5 o'clock my time. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But
appreciate you having me on, man. I love being on here.
The answer to that, Chicago is how, because Chicago is only 6 hours away. But that's how. But that's it. Thank you all for coming through. Hopefully you guys have a safe and blessed week. And we out.
There is discrimination in this world, and slavery and slaughter and starvation. Governments repress their people. Millions are trapped in poverty, while the nation grows rich, and wealth is lavished on armaments everywhere. These are differing evils, but they are the common works of man. They reflect the imperfection of human justice, the inadequacy of human compassion, our lack of sensibility towards the suffering of our fellows. But we can perhaps remember, even if only for a time, those who live with us are our brothers, that they share with us the same short moment of life, that they seek as we do, nothing but the chance to live out their lives in purpose and happiness, winning what satisfaction and fulfillment they can.